Hi guys, welcome. I've just been playing before we get started here. I'm having a very good time. Come join me. Excuse me? Yeah, I will. Hi Betty, hi Patrice, hi Daria, Betty Gazel, Andrea. Welcome. Hi Stephanie. Oh, we are going to have so much fun today. Wait till you guys see what I have in store for you. Ugh, we're not going to make it. I'm going to tell you right up front, we're not making cards today because you guys said focus on the flowers. So I've been focused on the flowers, and boy, is it fun. In fact, you caught me still making, one of my samples. I got lots of ink on that one. We are going to use materials that we have not even talked about before just to give you an idea of possibilities. Lots of fun. Lots and lots of fun. Hi, Mary T. Welcome, friend. You know it's going to be fun when you start out and your hands look like this. That's a sure sign it's going to be fun, guys. I keep trying new things to make it less messy. The truth is, I think it's going to be a messy proposition, no matter what I do. But hey, that's good. Hi, Wanda. Oh, what time is it, honey? How are we doing? 2:01? Oh, 2:03. 3:01. 3:01. I guess that makes sense since we're supposed to start at 3. Okay, well, let me mop up my fingers a little bit here and we will get this show on the road. I started this little project here with one of those I wonder what would happen if questions, which either end up being really cool or really strange, and you never really know what it's going to be till you get it done. But what ifs most of the time turn out to be pretty cool. Uh, so, anyway, you got Bryce and Debbie here today, and hello, Betty McSorley. Welcome, friend. The molds do work great, don't they, Betty? Okay, I have a little swig of my Diet Coke here. Yep, still waiting for my call from those Diet Coke people. All right. So, my question that I was pondering here is what if we mixed two colors and I started with embellishment mousse, which is really cool, very, very cool. And I was using gilding polish and embellishing mousse together. And I'm ending up with these really pretty flowers. And my what if question is what would they look like if I mixed those colors and made a flower out of them? And before the day's over, I think we have to check that out and see what's happening with those. But let's start with something a little bit more straightforward. So you have the option with these classic flowers of doing your flowers in a variety of ways. I said the one material I would absolutely have if I were you, if you don't get anything else, get the cutting die, because the cutting die is going to save you immense amounts of time over fussy cutting. And you can cut straight out of most of your material without necessarily having to stamp it in advance. So you may be asking, why would I even care about having the stamps? And I will tell you that having the stamps will save you some time in the long run. And I took our markers from the other night. Thursday, we were all into precision and control, weren't we? This was my coloring for today. I wanted the outlines of my flowers to be darker. I wanted to kind of fill with a little bit of lighter color. I could take the time, and you're going to see when we do maybe these, that it takes a fair amount of time to ink the backs of the individual petals. But if you go ahead, stamp it, and then color it, you can save a lot of time over actually trying to ink the individual petals after they're cut out. Now, could I just color some sheets overall and then punch them out of there? Absolutely, I could, but I'm not going to get these kinds of effects with darker and lighter. So it just expands your possibilities a lot to have the stamps, if that makes any sense at all. Scroll down, please. So let's cut these out and see what this does for us. Now, before I do that, I'm all into saving time, okay? So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this apart, and I care a lot about having my lighter darker here. I'm not sure I care so much about the back, but in a rose you kind of see both sides of the petals a little bit, don't you? So let's take our marker. Hi Karen, welcome friend. Let's take our marker and my palette. Yes, my palette's back.
Mary R is asking if you have any gelatos to darken the edges.
I do have gelatos here, Mary R. You asked for us to have those available, and we are going to try that. Yes, we will. In fact, you can't really see it on camera right now. Well, you sort of can. Over here, I have gilding polish. I have the Nouveau colors because they're still sitting on my desk. I haven't put them away yet. I have spritzers. I have ink pads. I have the prism powders from Hunky Dory Crafts. I have gelatos. I have embellishment mousse. We have this. I think we're going to get a pretty good idea that this is probably one of the most versatile projects you could possibly do in being able to raid your craft room and pull out all those supplies that add color. Oh yeah, we will absolutely try the gelatos. You know what? If you don't see me doing that by midway through, Mary, you remind me, okay? Because I don't want to forget to do that. All right. And I haven't done an example of those yet because I just pulled them out last night. So back to this one. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to add some all over color to the back of this so that I have color on both sides of my petals because I think it's important to have color on both sides. We don't want to have one side of our flowers completely white and the other side colored, right? So all I'm going to do is just add some color to the backs so that whatever side is going to show. And in fact, yes, I'm lazy. Um, may end up with this pretty wet. Good thing I got my heat tool plugged in. In any case, I should have color on both sides when I'm done. Now I've got some little splotches of color on the front, but they'll probably look really pretty. So let's get this dry. Drier anyway. not really going to matter that it's curling a little bit because we're going to put it through the mold anyway. Let's get our cutting supplies out here. I just don't want to put my arm in that, and I know I'm going to if I don't wipe that off. This is the voice of experience speaking. All right, I'm going to match my cutting die right over my stamp lines. Now, again, if you only have one tool, if you have the budget for one, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, geez, you have to choose sometimes where you put your resources. And if you get one tool only out of the set, get the cutting dies, because fussy cutting all these would just be ridiculous. That would just be really, really, really a lot of time. So my recommendation is have the cutting dies if you get one tool. If you can get two tools, get the cutting die and get, that's interesting.
Let's put a plate on top of it.
Well, you don't have to, but that's interesting. It probably should have. Okay, I wasn't following the directions, but it should have been okay. If you can have two tools, get the mold and the dies, because you can do some really fun things with the molds. You don't have to have the molds, we can work around that, but the molds are a good tool also. And if you can, get all three, because I'm not at all worried, by the way, about the fact that this die warped a little bit. It will work just fine. It did that, I think, as Bryce said, because I didn't put a plate over it before I cut, because I was talking and not paying attention, but it's not going to hurt it at all. Even if your die gets bent in the mail, heaven forbid, because we try and ship things so that that kind of stuff doesn't happen, the rigid mailer and trying to take care of things. Even if it gets bent in the mail, you put it through your die cutting machine, it usually will straighten it right out. I've never seen one that wouldn't cut as a result of getting bent in the mail. And third in line is your stamps, but I wanted to show you there is some reason for having the stamps, just in terms of being able to do the coloring and stuff you want to do, and to do that fairly time efficiently. Okay, so first the dies, then the plates, then the stamps. Now, before I go further, I was remiss in not going through your kit. I want to show you what you guys are going to get. You're not going to believe this. Holy cow, you're not going to believe this. I outdid myself this time, I got to say. Brittany put these together last night. She said, "How much did you charge for these?" But I wanted you to have some of all the cool things. You pack things so well, it takes me 20 minutes to get the box open. Then it's like Christmas, when somebody wraps something twice. For my 21st birthday, my mom gave me a box. It was probably 3-foot cubed, a 3x3x3 box, and it was heavy. And I thought, what in the world did she get me? And I opened it up, and there was another box inside, and it was like a 2-foot cube and a brick. So I set the brick aside, opened the 2-foot box, and sure enough, inside it's another box. And I'll bet there were, I don't know. She said she was going to try and do 21 boxes for 21 years, but it was just more than she could handle. I think there were 15 or 16 boxes wrapped in total, though. And when it got down to the very bottom, it was a ring box. And they had rings for our 21st birthdays. They had rings for my sister and I made out of my mom's and my grandmother's wedding rings. My mom said she had had her diamonds and she loved the fact that my dad gave them to her, but she just didn't, and she wanted a more simple band because she caught it on everything. And one thing and another. So they had rings made for my sister and I for our 21st birthdays out of the diamonds from hers and her mother's wedding rings. And she wrapped it in a scarf and put it in a little tiny box. So crazy, crazy, crazy. Anyway, I don't know why that, where I even got that story started, but anyway, the stuff in your kit. I want you to have lots of choices of colors. So first, you got cardstock, and in this cardstock pack, this is one of the 5x7 packs of matting cardstock from Peterson Arn, and they have all kinds of variety even within their packs. So we have varying weights and smoothnesses. This blue one happens to be smooth cardstock. They had a pearlescent, this kind of peachy color is pearl paper. There's beautiful red. I think yours will be, there's a representative. Yours may vary just a little bit, but because Brittany's putting them together out of a single pack. So if she ran out of one color, somebody might get a different color here or there. But hot pink, deep purple, bright yellow. I did make her take the neon lime green out. I just couldn't make myself think that neon lime green would be something I would want to make flowers out of. Burgundy, pretty green for your leaves, soft green, or that might even be cream if it was against something else. Yeah, I think that's more of a cream color. So you got all these cardstocks. You've got light green vellum. You've got that gorgeous, this is the paper I made those roses out of that I keep oohing and eyeing over. You got two sheets. These are cut in half, so it's the equivalent of 5x7 of that. This paper originally sold for like $1.50, $2 a sheet. So that's yeah. You got a whole sheet of this one of the bright red. You've got a sheet of, what is this? Oh, this is pearlescent shimmer paper, and she gave you 2 halves of that. She gave you 2 halves of this emerald color, which I thought would be gorgeous for leaves. We've got 2 sheets of this very light kind of orchid pinkish purple color. You've got 2 sheets of red blaze in the shimmer paper. The shimmer was one of my favorites to work with. You have, yes, is Kim out there? I hope Kim's out there. We have a half sheet of bubblegum pink velvet paper or velveteen. We have, this is called Alpine. I thought also this would be really pretty and unusual for the leaves. This is Alpine green velveteen paper. Oh, here's another pink, another sheet of pink, another sheet of Alpine. We have white vellum paper. You have a total of 4 half sheets of white vellum paper. You have a deep green vellum paper. You have, this is flower foam. These are $1.60 a sheet, guys, and you have a half sheet of that one. The colors may vary again, but look at that. You have a half sheet of red glitter flower foam. You have pink flower foam. You have yellow flower foam. You have several sheets of the cardstock that we're using initially. That's a pretty rich kit. You are going to be able to make so many flowers. Oh my gosh. And I can't believe I did this, but I did. Different stamen give you different kinds of results on your flowers. So I sat here and broke up stamen packs and gave you a variety of different kinds of stamen in different colors. So instead of one color, one style, you have all different colors of stamen and all different sizes. There's enough there. It takes half of one of these to make a rose. Now, they need to be for roses, they need to be medium or above. So we have both of these kinds, I think, in the store. I really love these ones with the wires, but I like these for the smaller flowers too. And we're going to make a lot of small flowers also, because as cool as the wired ones are, and the bigger flowers are, I think we'll find that we'll actually use perhaps the smaller ones more often in card making. So I gave you a good variety of both, though. Let's just get right into this and build a flower. Now, I did some of my stamping in advance, so just to save us a little time because we have a lot to get through. So I did some of my stamping in advance, so I'm going to go ahead and move my stamp platform out of the way so that we can get you over closer to the action and you can really see what I'm doing with my hands. Is that okay with you guys if we just don't do the stamping on camera and we'll just use these to get our stamping done? So let me move. I'm not gonna, well, I might use the markers again. I'll leave those over there. Let me move my stamp set and my platform out of the way for now. And maybe you can bring that camera in as close as we can go, honey, if you would, please. There we go. That's right up in the action now. And I'll move my supplies around so we can focus on what we're doing. I'll grab those as we need them. And okay, let's go ahead and use this mold to make this first flower. When you're using your mold, you put your flower face down, whatever you want to be the facing piece of your flower, you put it face down. So, and just a little hint about this, you can cut an enormous number of flowers and you can actually press a whole bunch of them at one time. So I could be stacking these in here 5 or 6 deep if I wanted to. Okay, so I'm gonna just, we only have the one ready right now. So you put them in the cavity, you put the lid back on, your flowers are face down. You may have to figure out what configuration your die cutting machine wants. I found that with mine, with my Cut and Go Pro, it wants my heavier, I have 3 sizes of plates. I have a thin cutting plate, I have a plate, an adapter plate, I think it's plate B maybe. No, a C, my C adapter plate, which is my middle of the road one, and then I have my big plate. This substitutes for my big plate, and these two go in together. And that's all it takes to run it really well. It's a loose fit when it goes in, but it processes just fine, even though it's really, really loose running through there. It will give me, yes, you depend, I already, oops, phone fell. I already spritzed these, Betty, when I was coloring them, and because I already spritzed them when I was coloring them, I already kind of softened those fibers, which is what spritzing them does for it. So I should have said that's why I didn't spritz them. You're not going to spritz everything, surprisingly. Actually, as often as not, we're not going to end up spritzing them. I realize that with regular hard cardstock, which actually probably is my favorite card making material, just regular cardstock, that and the shimmer paper. The shimmer paper was really cool too. But those are the papers or the things I will make them out of the most often. Now, you may be wondering, if you're not like Betty and haven't already run a bunch of them, what does that mold do for this? Instead of being a flat petal now, let me see if you guys can see the texture. See how much texture that has on it? It's kind of folding back the flower petals some and just adding dimension. Now you can do this with a stylus, but you it would take a lot of time to do every petal. Are these lilacs? Nope. This is going to be a rose. It's going to be a purple rose. And before you say there are no purple roses, I have one in my yard. My mother bought me a lilac rose. Yeah, it died. Only the stem is left in my yard because went through a it went through a long summer. You know, they can't let me. Bryce and Lauren are over here shaking their heads. No, you don't. No, you don't. Well, I did have. Let me say, I did have a lilac colored rose. Huh?
You gave it up for your extension.
Oh, they're telling me I gave it up when we extended the house. So you guys just tore it out and didn't replant it? Or you let them tear it out and not replant it?
No, we didn't.
Shame on you guys. Okay.
You're contractors. You can't control them.
Oh, Lauren says if I can't control my contractors, it's not her fault. Okay, what you see me doing with my tweezers is poking a hole in the middle of my petals because my life will get a lot easier if I poke it through. Even though my stamen has a wire on it, these little papers, once you put them through the press, they get really firm. You'd be surprised how firm. It changes the texture of the paper when you put it through the mold. Oh, I know. Isn't that terrible, Patrice? Yes, we're going to pass a law against that when I'm in the Purple People's House.
You have to cut a tree down in order to plant a rose.
Oh, he says you'd have to cut a tree to plant a rose. Bryce and I have this ongoing debate all the time. This man is constantly trying to cut my trees down. I live in the beautiful Pacific Northwest. We have, what, Bryce, about 18 or 20? 18 or 20 trees right behind our house, a little foresty area right behind our house. And okay, sliding this up for this first petal, guys, I'm putting the concave side of my flower towards the stamen. Okay, so there's a concave and a convex side. I want the little scoops to be facing upward. My ice cream scoops to be facing upward. I've got my hot glue gun here. How many of you guys have your kits that are working along, just out of curiosity? If you have your kits and you're working along, I'm going to demonstrate this once and then we'll work together. But I want to know how many people are out there so I know whether I'm demonstrating or whether I'm working with you. That makes a difference in my pacing. You can, while I'm waiting for an answer, you can use regular glue. You could use like tacky. I don't recommend it because you're going to spend a lot of time holding your petals in place. I really recommend a hot glue gun. But if that's not in your comfort zone or in your tool chest right now, that's okay. I have a piece of vellum from last night stuck to my glue gun. 921 plus 58. I can hardly wait to hear what 921 plus 58. Okay, watching for the first one and then working along. Okay, so you'll be working. All right. Anybody else got your kit and ready to go? Well, you won't have your papers yet, but you can still be working on the construction of the flowers. So I can answer potato chips and coffee. Okay, I'm with you, Patrice. Okay, so I've got my glue gun. I'm going to put glue. I've got my smallest flower petal because I'm going to make a small flower first. I've got my smallest flower petal. I'm going to put glue on just one petal first. And I'm going to put a fairly, if my tool will cooperate, I'm going to put a fairly generous amount on this first one. I'm going to push it up onto my stamen and I'm going to wrap that petal right around the stamen, as far around it as I can go. And because I took a long time getting up there, now I'm going to put the glue on again because that's the joy of hot glue. You got to get it while it's hot. So I'm wrapping that petal right around my stamen first. Okay? Now I want to come to the other side of my flower, skip one or two, and one of these two, it doesn't matter, on the opposite side, I'm going to put some glue there. And I'm going to wrap this one up and right around that stamen I just put in. So this is how your flower looks now. Okay? Now I'm going to pull one of these two on the side that I have two. I'll put one of those up. And hold it up there. And now I'm going to put glue on both of the others. And I'm going to push them up together. And we have the beginnings of a rosebud. Don't worry if those last two don't push up firmly. It's okay. What you're beginning to see is that texturing is kind of holding, is pushing the petal, some of the part of the petal back away from the stem. That's okay as long as it's got glue on it to hold it up to the center. Questions about the first one? Yes. This small nozzle glue gun has just been wonderful. It's not expensive, but it's got a smaller nozzle than the ones I already had in the shop, and I actually opted to use one of the new ones, and I love it. I love it. Now, I actually had two little petals ready. I probably don't actually have to use the second one. I can. I guess since I've already got it colored and it won't get used for something else, I'll go ahead and use this. For my second petal, I want the concave facing the stamen. So I'm going to push my stem through the little hole I created with my tweezer end or your fine scissors or your pokey tool, whatever you've got there. I'm going to line this up so that it is, my petals are, I'm coming up against the seam between two petals when I push up my first one. So I want one full petal to come up against the seam between two petals on my first part. Does that make sense? I just want it to hit in between.
I ask if you got the small glue.
Yeah,
Details yet?
it should be here. It should be here within just a couple of days, Mary. I know they've been shipped, but I haven't seen them come in yet. Hopefully, you'll see it on What's New Wednesday. Okay, so I pushed that up, and it's right between the two petals. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to come to the other side here, and I'm going to push up one of the ones on the other side. I'm going to go to the one next to that, and I'm going to push that one up. And then I'm going to put glue on the other two. I could do these one at a time, but why? It's really literally just pushing them both up. And we have something that looks even more like a rosebud. In fact, if I was wanting to make really small flowers, I could stop there. I'm not going to, but I could. Now, next time, I want you to take the next size up in petals, and I want the concave side down. Push or make sure that the concave side, the little ice cream scoops, are face down on your stem, and pull that up. What this is going to begin to do is push those petals further away from your center so that it's not just building and building on the center, it's going to push them further away. And I'm going to put my glue. Margie said the other night this was a really important part to tell you. Put your glue on the on the back of the ice cream scoop, right in the middle of the back of the ice cream scoop. Does that make sense? So that it's right in, your glue is right on the curve, on the back of that curve. So I'm putting it right in the middle of the curve and I'm pushing up. Now, when you get here, even with hot glue, you might have to hold it for a second because its natural inclination is to push away because we're gluing on the curve. What gluing on the curve is doing for us is beginning to add some openness and texture to our flower. Now, if you wanted to make a flower that was one big bud, you could keep going with the flower petals the other way for another round or two. But in my case, I want to make a small open flower. So the more open I want it to be, the earlier I start pushing my petals in the other way. It's already beginning to look beautiful, isn't it? So I need to put down my coffee and my chips and go get ice cream and put hot glue on it.
Vanilla chocolate.
You're hysterical, lady. I love you. Okay. I am going to skip one of these petals because I'm just going to end up with more than I need for this little flower. I'm going to put a hole in the center of this one since I didn't do it yet. I'm moving to the third petal. Now, what I'm using right here, these ones that I'm doing off of this die. All of these petals came off of this die, and it's going to end up taking 4 of those petals to make the flower that we're making. Maybe 5. We'll see. Okay, I'm going to put my stem through, putting the concave side down once again, because I'm still pushing away from the stem to show those open petals. And I'm going to line these up so that my petals are between the others, the ones that we just did. Don't worry if a little bit of glue shows, especially on your small ones. A little bit of glue might show. If it has glue showing, we're going to put glitter on it. And it will be beautiful. And even if you didn't put glitter on it, it really just kind of, because your glue is clear, it kind of looks like a dewdrop. And all I'm doing now, guys, is just putting glue on the back of that concave part, right in the center. As I move out, I can move that a little further down if I want to. I can move my glue a little lower on the petal as I move down if I want to. You have lots of choices here. You're getting that impression? You really have lots of choices. Your petals can go either direction. You can use any material, almost any material you want to make them. Yeah, I am going to use one more petal, but here we are after that one. I'm trying. There we go. I have one side that's got one petal that's a little higher. You know what? That would be like that in nature, but if it bugs me, I can take my fingers and kind of pull that back down a little bit. Nothing says I can't shape it by hand, do. Let's see. Try and get in front of the camera there. Okay. I'm going to put a hole in the center of my last petal. It really does change the texture of these papers when you run them through. Did you find that, Betty McSorley, that it really changed your paper when you sent it through? Did anybody else play with their mold yet?
Andrea said she made a bud with the final 2 petals to place alongside the bigger bloom.
Good for you. Now, as you go and you become more confident, you can glue more than one petal at a time. Our only objective is to make sure that they offset a little bit from our last ones because we don't want them to be buried right under our current petals.
Yes, it does.
It really changes the texture. To me, it almost thickens it. I'm not sure exactly how it does that, but it feels like it thickens it. Oh my gosh, that's pretty. Okay, where's my camera lens? There it is. Okay, there's my rose. You can kind of see my blue stamen a little bit in the center of it, which is why I gave you a variety of colors of stamen instead of just grabbing a pack and throwing in everybody's, which is what honestly I had originally thought I was going to do. After I made quite a few of these, I realized the center really does make a difference. Hi, Thelma. So I realized that the center color really does make a difference, either because sometimes it shows or because it, if you're using like vellum, it can actually show through a little bit. Now I'm going to take a little stickles or glitter. I do not recommend, I made some where I used my glue bottle. And I'll tell you that where I got that, and you've seen some of those samples where they had kind of clumpy glitter. I threw those away because I like the stickles so much better. Hello, Roberta. Welcome, welcome. There we go. There's our first flower, guys. Is it gorgeous? Can you see putting that on your card? It's beautiful. Let me show you a couple new ones I did last night because you guys were asking about flower foam, and yes, we'll use it together. But let me show you a couple that I did last night. Here's a white glitter flower foam. You'll notice, oops, you might even notice that there's a few little stringies from the glue here and there. You have to pick those off when you see them. But here's a white glitter paper. I think everybody got some of the white glitter. It doesn't show as sparkly as it actually is on camera. It's beautiful though. Absolutely gorgeous. The flower foam is thicker. Okay, we got that one. I took, this is flower foam also, and it's actually this, I didn't get one out. Let me see. It's actually this, the one I used was this soft yellow color. And I added some peach color to it because I was kind of going for a peace rose kind of a look. And I made the peach ones. Those are made from flower foam. We'll try that. Here's the one I've been advertising with class all week. Sorry, they're on these stems, and when I hold them out on the end of the stem, they wiggle. So, not trying to make you dizzy. I noticed when I went back and watched the video from class the other night that every time that I stamped my stamp pad on my stamps, it looked like we were having an Oregon earthquake because I had the camera right on this table like I do today. This one Margie made, and I asked her if I could have a sample just to show you. This is cut out of crepe paper. She used lots and lots of layers of crepe paper, but she used the same dyes and the same process. She just cut it out of crepe paper. Okay, so let's see, where do we want to go from here? We've made our first paper flower. Let's play a little bit with some of our special finishes. Do you want to do that? Let's do that. Let's do some more like I was doing when you came in, because I think they're going to be beautiful, although I don't know for sure because I haven't tried it yet. I think they're going to be beautiful, but if you guys don't mind experimenting with me, sometimes that's the best way to figure out what's going to be gorgeous. What I'm going to color this with, now Margie's done a lot of this with embellishment mousse, and she's putting it on after the fact. I think it should be faster and easier to put it on first. So that's what we're going to try. And embellishment mousse, in case you haven't seen it, looks like gilding polish. I would call it a close relative of gilding polish, but embellishment mousse is much more firm. It's like shoe wax. You know, remember when, I don't know if any of you got the job of polishing your dad's shoes? I did. And it's like shoe wax. Now, I could do this with a brush, but with this thick polish, I actually find it easier to put it on with my finger. And I think that must be fairly common because some of the illustrations I've seen online with the embellishment mousse, they were using their finger too. So I don't think I'm alone in my messiness. Although when I do the back, I'm going to try and put it on with a brush because I want it to all over the back. What do you think? Should we do it all in one color or should we try and vary our colors? You guys tell me what you want to do. We're experimenting. These petals that I started to make, I was just beginning to make as we came online. Excuse me just a minute, folks. There's somebody at my back door here in the classroom. I got to see what's going on here. Somebody's outside here, honey. Go out and see who's. Oh, is it Dad? Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. It's hello, Ted. He said, "You didn't invite me to class, Mama. You didn't invite me to class." Sorry, guys. Watch your dog, hon. Okay. All right. That just worried me a little bit. That there was. I thought maybe I thought I had a customer coming to the door or something. We're not open for walk-in traffic right now. In fact, we're never open for walk-in traffic, but people who subscribe to our classes and come to class get to go in the warehouse. But it's kind of hard to explain that to people on the internet. And sometimes folks show up at the door and I invite people to come and have classes with us and to visit with us. And then they're welcome to come in. But sometimes people, you know, not knowing that, just kind of show up at the door and look for the craft store. So I didn't want somebody wandering around there wondering what was going on. So I apologize for getting up and walking away. All right, now I could do a bunch of these little ones and stuff too, but I'm going to have more than I need, as you've seen, to do my flowers. I'm going to try this brush. We have these now in the store. I don't know if you saw that, guys. I'm going to try this brush and do a bunch of this at one time, maybe on the back. We'll see what happens. I haven't tried it yet. Oh, this is going to be nice. Look at that. Woohoo! Now, if I did this all over instead of with the stamp pattern, I'm not sure that I would be able to see where my stamp lines are. That's why I didn't just do this big old sweep over the front, because I'm not sure. It's fairly thick, and I'm not sure I'd see my stamp lines. But I am now going to add, I think we should go ahead and add more color, don't you? I think if you want something truly beautiful, you need to add purple to it. So I'm going to get this. This is a different medium entirely. This is our gilding polish. I do have a sponge applicator with this. Although I think that's going to give me a bigger applicator than I want. I'm going to use this little blending tool instead. I'm just going to pick up a little of that, and I'm going to kind of just swirl it around in my background a little bit. And I'm kind of getting more than I should. I'm going to end up with a dominantly purple flower, which there's nothing really wrong with that. That's okay by me, if it's dominantly purple. Ooh, that brush worked well, Roberta. You were right. We have those in the store now, guys. Okay, we'll put touches of purple on the top instead of letting the purple take over. I know, don't even object. Well, blue and purple are gorgeous together, and you guys know that's one of my faves, right? So it's going to be pretty hard to see my dye lines through this anyway by the time I get done, but we'll figure it out. That was my purpose, was to try and keep my dye lines showing. We'll see. I wonder if I can lighten up my what?
He says the only reason for other colors is so that everyone knows how much prettier purple is.
Well, you and I are in clear thinking on that one. You guys know I like purple and blue together. Okay, now I did get this really kind of dark with the purple. I'm curious what would happen if I just spritz it a little bit. And then I'm going to take and dab it. I don't know if this is water reactive or not, so that would be the question. Neither one seems to be particularly water reactive. Well, now I know. It's beautiful anyway.
Did you put the color down first and then stamp?
Maybe that might be a good idea. Brenda, you're brilliant. We could try it. You want to try it? We have this side. Let's find out. Well, no, because then I'm going to have lines on my other side. We'll try it on a different one. I think that's a great idea, actually. All right. Let's get our die cutter out here. And this time we're going to make some bigger blooms. So let's make a bigger flower. None of these flowers are going to be huge, guys. The biggest flower you can make with this is about like this. This is about the biggest you can make, which is bigger than most of the flowers I will make. Yeah, here's another one that's about that size. But most of my flowers, I pull up a little further than that. This one's another one that's slightly smaller than the other two, but most of my flowers I pull up more than that, and they end up being, this is more typical.
Patrice suggests mixing Pearl Nouveau with the other colors. It's a great way to get the depth you want.
Good idea. Pearl Nouveau. Which Pearl Nouveau? The Nouveau Spritzer, or which is exactly what I used on this one, actually. Do you know what I did with this one? I'll show you here in a little bit. I cut the petals out of white vellum, and then I painted the back with Pearl Blue Nouveau, and I built my flower. And you get that ultra soft, totally gorgeous blue.
That's the mousse.
The mousse. Okay. You guys probably have more experience with mousse than I do, because it's not a medium that I have worked with a great deal. So thank you for your thoughts and help along the way here, because I love your input. Okay, let's get these dyes on here. All right. Let's put, I can still see a bit. Can I see it? I can. Then that must mean there's not enough color. More purple. Okay. Just kidding. Just kidding. Bryce said, no, you're not kidding. I've seen you. You're not kidding. All right. This is down here. I did notice that the way I laid my stamps out when I stamped them, I didn't really leave enough room to die cut both sizes at the same time. So I'm going to die cut one set, then the other, because I don't want to get my stamp or my dies overlapping, because we know what kind of a disaster that can create. It is really, so far I'm having fun playing with it. Dab off my brush before going to the paper, Mary or Roberta. Okay. So I kind of do that the way I do with my paintbrush, huh? How many of you guys came to painting class the other night? Did you guys enjoy that? I got to tell you, I had so much fun. I hope you had fun. I had so much fun, I couldn't stand myself. Oh man, I was positively giddy when I got off the internet. We have lots of colors of mousse in the store, guys, if you want to try it. And it's not particularly expensive for the big tubs you get. Maybe Teddy Kim later, Mary R says, because she can hear you loving on the dog. He says, can we have Teddy Kim? Bryce says, no, he's all mine. He's all mine. I tell you that I saw the comment where you guys said that Debbie just makes this look easy. It really is not difficult with the water brush. It really isn't. It's just practice, like so many things in life, but it's not difficult at all. You can get stunning results on your first project even. The biggest tips with that, it's exactly opposite the process we're using right here now. The biggest tip with that is control, and the control comes from not getting too much water. Oh, that's interesting. I'm going to have some white parts to these. I might have to add a little color there, because I've got some white on the back of these petals. Now what Margie does is she cuts out her petals in advance and then she applies her color. But that seems like a lot of work. I'm not criticizing Margie, I'm just observing that she spends a lot of time putting the color on, and there's got to be a faster way to get that color on there. Thus the blending brush and stuff. Yeah, I have a few that were outside of the range I colored. So let's just put a little bit more on there. But this takes longer once it's cut out. It takes longer to do. Now, I have noticed that when I put all this on here, the cutting lines, the stamp lines aren't going to show a whole lot. They can if you color them in lighter colors. And if you want those, I'd say just keep your colors and your colors lighter. Stick more to the watercolor type stuff, and that will be more translucent than some of these pastes and colors will be. We have so much purple with some of the other that I'm not going to put a lot of purple on these and let a little of the blue show, because I think that will be good too. I do want to kind of cover some of the white though. I do still have a little on my brush of the purple, so I think I'll just grab my brush and we'll apply whatever's on there. By the way, if you find, and this happens once in a while, I've now made I don't know, in preparation for this class, I'll bet I've made 70, 80 more flowers. Every once in a while, when it goes through the press, a flower petal will tear. Don't throw those away, because when you're gluing them up, it's rather convenient to have them. Was that the, no, that wasn't. It's rather convenient to have them attached, but they don't really have to be attached. So you don't have to throw those petals away after you've gone to the work of creating them. You can just, there, I like those. Now see, I think that took longer than just sweeping over it with our color did. Just want to make sure I don't have any big patches of white on these, because that's the one thing I don't want, is I don't want a lot of white showing. Okay, I think those look great now. Let's run them through our mold. Or would you prefer to do this without the mold? I don't know how many people bought the mold versus those that did not buy the mold. You can do it both ways. How about we do one with and one without? Because I have those petals I started before we started, and then we can compare the two. You want to do that? Let's do that. We get some centers out here. We do have a lot of flowers to build, so Bryce is advocating I should maybe not make one of each. I'm going to press this one. It doesn't really matter since we kind of did front and back. I don't think it really matters a whole lot which way I put them in the press. Yeah, I think you're right. You really could stamp them after you did all the decoration on the paper. I think that's a good idea. And truly, if you're going to decorate them all over, I'm not even sure you need to stamp them, really. If you're going to decorate them all over, the main place that I see that the stamps are going to be an advantage is back to these. If you want, you know, like lighter on the outside, softer on the inside kind of petals, these you're going to need to stamp in order to get that effect. We all type terribly when we're online. Patrice. I'm going to be the last one who criticizes anybody's typing. You guys have seen my newsletters. I try hard, but you know, I'm usually doing those in the middle of the night, and I try not to look like a bumbling idiot, but I'm sure sometimes I do. Okay, running through the press. All you do is create your sandwich, put your flower petals in. If they are directional, put the part you want to be up facing down. But you've seen you turn your petals this way and that way, so even that is not a hard and fast rule. Okay, our petals come out beautifully texturized. I can tell you, I think this rose is going to be gorgeous because this is all really pearlescent. It's going to be gorgeous. I think it is. Let's make a bigger rose this time. And we're going to use the same process. I think I'm going to use this purple stem in the center. Well, actually, I'm going to use the blue because this one won't show. Okay, if I want to make a bigger flower, I'm going to choose the larger petals. I may even decide I want one more of these. If I do, I'll finish that one. Okay, and I'm going to start my rose with this size. And there's actually, let's see how many smaller. In our sizes of our petals, you have really small, which is great for the center of the tiniest flowers. And then this next size up, which I use primarily for the smaller flowers. And then there's a third size up, and that's where we're going to start with the bigger flower. So I'm going to punch a hole in the middle of this one so I can feed my stem through. Good night, Daria. Hey, I don't know if you're still there. On Thursday, one of the cards that we're doing is featuring one of your bows. I'll show it to you next week, but on Thursday, one of our cards has your bow on it. So just thought I'd let you know. Good night. This wire's extra thick right there. Well, you know what I'm going to do about that? Instead of fighting every flower blossom, I'm going to make the stem shorter. Because I don't want to mess with that. Let's see, where is it? Here it is. Now this one I'm going to do with my concave. Maybe I just didn't make the hole big enough. Well, let's go deeper with my. There we go. That's not going to give me any trouble now. I'm going to face my flower petals the concave in this time. I'm going to get my hot glue gun here. And I'm going to wrap the first one around the petal. I'm going to just kind of force it around the center. Right around it. I'm going to choose one of the petals on the opposite side. Oh. And I'm going to come up and I'm going to wrap around that one. That's just going to create the very center of my bud. Now I'm coming up with one from the other side. And once again, I'm kind of wrapping, but not as tight maybe. I'm going to do, you can do these two at once, or you can do them one at a time, depending on what you want to do. I'll do them one at a time this time. Pull this up. You use quite a bit of glue on the inside of the concave of this one. Here's the beginnings of my bud. You can see my little strings from my glue. That's nothing to worry about. Margie has a trick for that she advocates too. I'll show you when we're done here building this one. Okay, I'm going to get my other petals that's the same size. And this one, I already, it's kind of a judgment call. I could do this one facing into, or I could do this one facing out. And I actually have, my bud is fairly good size. I don't think I really need to do another one in, and you have to just kind of decide whether you want two with the concave facing in or just one. I'm going to do this one facing out. Ouch! That flower petal was tough, and I just poked myself with my very sharp tweezers. Okay, I'm going to pull this up. I have blood. I take blood thinners, so it doesn't take much. Doesn't take much to draw blood. Okay. All right. I'm going to push my petals up. Looks like I need another glue stick here. Yowzer. Kind of stings. Okay. I should probably have my pricking mat here and just be pushing a tool down through them instead of pushing it towards my hand. Nobody ever said I was smart. Brave perhaps, but never smart. Oh, this is going to be gorgeous, these colors, guys. I'm liking it already. This would be beautiful already for a small flower. Look at that. Nah, fine. The people, I have purple, blue band-aids. Do you really, Mary? I love it. Okay, I'm gonna poke this one again. I'm gonna watch my finger this time. And once again, my concaves are facing down. Hi, Catherine. Good evening, good evening. Nice to see you, friend. We're making roses, Catherine, today, using Heartfelt Creations Classic Rose Mold. I think you can get Heartfelt Creations there. Oh, these are going to be so pretty, guys. So pretty.
Blue and purple band-aids come in a combo pack from Walmart.
Really? I need some, honey. I think after this one we might need a Teddy Cam break. I need a pop break after this one. Man, we could probably work on this till midnight with all the possible configurations we have. No, I said we probably could. I'm not saying we can.
I have 6 hours of video time.
Bryce says we only have 6 hours of video time. Here's that last petal on. I'm not worried about the strings. I'll show you next what Margie advocates we do about the strings. But you have to be careful which material. Oh, that was stupid. Sorry. I started putting the glue on before I poked a hole in it. Which means the glue will all be set by the time I get to it. It isn't going to hurt anything. It's just not my brighter move of the day. Yeah, I just gave Bryce heart palpitations, Diane says. Yeah, I probably did. There's so many variations we could do on these guys. This is kind of one of those, go to your craft room, pull everything off the shelves, all the materials you have for coloring, and try them, because there's so many things you're going to be able to use. So many things. And papers too. So many kinds of paper in the pack that you're getting from us. You're getting, just a flavor of what you could use. Now, I could stop here. I think this would look really good with one more layer on it. What do you guys think? I could stop there, though. I think I need one more layer. Now this one I'm not as worried about getting I'm not going to take the time to color the back. And the reason I can get away with that is because my rose is almost flat at this point because it's so wide open that we'll be fine. So I'm going to put this on. I'm going to make myself a rose petal real quick here. This is one that could benefit probably from spritzing. Betty was right about that. When you're using cardstock, it's a good idea. Oh, it's still closed. It's a good idea to spritz your flowers. When you don't want to spritz them, is one for sure you don't want to spritz is vellum. I did that the other night. I spritzed my vellum. It curled up in such tight little balls that I had to throw the paper away before I could ever mold it. it did just fine putting it through unspritzed, but when I spritzed the paper, it was a disaster. So you have to gauge which paper you're using. The reason the spritzing comes into play is that in cardstock, it's heavy and you're kind of softening those fibers up to allow them to move. Okay, I'm going to poke a hole in the center of this, hopefully without bodily injury. Don't worry if it kind of crumples your petal when you're doing that, it doesn't matter. I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to put my glue on. I'm going to center those petals between the others. I'm going to glue this more slowly because I really want to get these petals centered nicely this time. This is my last layer. This is going to be gorgeous. This may be one of my new favorite flowers. And as you move down your flower, it's okay to glue it a little lower. You don't have to glue up quite so high. You can glue it a little lower because we're letting those petals kind of fan out, right? But when we're in the midst of creating the centers, we want those petals to be up tight. There we go. There it is, people. This might have to be our state flower. Isn't it pretty? Bryce wants stickles. You want stickles on this one, guys? We can do it. Why not sparkles? Sparkles never hurt. Oops. Showing you a little belly shot there as I move. I love this shirt, but it's shorter than I like. And why do they make them so short? They make them for big people, and then they make them short. Don't they know that big people will raise them up? Ooh. Okay, this is going to be even prettier with the stickles on it, I have to say. That was probably a pretty good idea, honey. But then isn't everything prettier with glitter? I'm not sure, but I think so. Ooh. The thing I love about this, about the stickles, is that you still get the gleam of really fine embossing powder, or excuse me, of really fine glitter, but you don't have the shedding that you get with glitter. I like that it's embedded in there. We did restock our stickles a while back, so if you're running low, we have it again. Oh, oh my. Oops, get to the camera. What do you think, guys? Will it do? Is this our new state flower for the purple people's house? I think it might have to be. That is drop dead gorgeous. Wow! That's gorgeous. Teddy's coming for a quick Teddy cam. Got to be a quick one because we got to move on and do a different kind of flower. Come here, my buddy. Come here, my buddy. Hi. Can you say hi to everybody? Oh, thank you for the kisses. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the kisses. Now that was using my embellishment mousse for the pearly effect. It was using my, oh goodness, oh, he loves having his chin scratched. um, okay. You're supposed to be saying hi, not going to sleep over here. Boy, he loves having his chin scratched. Last night we were having ice cream, and look at that. You know, I get so relaxed, I just think I'll go to sleep now. um, yeah, he really is unloved, isn't he? Um, we were having ice cream, and everybody had their own little pint, and so um, took the lid off of one, and Bryce gave him a little bit of ice cream in the lid, and he finished his ice cream, and then he picked up the lid and handed it to Bob, like, okay, now it's time for your contribution. And when he was done with Bob, he came to me and said, he brought his lid and said, I'll have your contribution now. I'm ready. But he carried his cap from person to person. All right, let's try something else. We have gelatos left to do. I really want to do one of these flowers and see how these turn out with the lighter and darker, but that could be done later. Let's see. We definitely want to do vellum. So let's do,
More than halfway through it, you promised gelato.
I did promise gelatos. Let's do gelatos next. I think we should try a gelatos flower without the flower shaping mold, and we will do some flower shaping by hand, because that's another one of my objectives, is to be able to do that. So let's do that. This is my gelatos. So I think we should probably have a color other than purple for those out there for whom purple is not the best color in the world. I can't imagine that there is anyone out there that thinks that, but
Pink for Kim?
we got pink velveteen for Kim. Let's do, I almost grabbed lavender. Let's do aqua. Aqua's another good color. Let's do aqua. And maybe even a little yellow. Let's do that. Okay. Now, first of all, let's talk about what gelatos are. Gelatos are color sticks. They're like crayons. They roll up to expose the actual pigment. They go on like crayons, and they color wash like watercolors. So we can actually use techniques quite a lot like what we used in our painting. Let's grab one of these pre-stamped sheets.
It says the mold
Or we
for the
could.
roses doesn't have the mold for the stem that comes with the dies, does it?
Yes, it does. There's only one, but it's right here in the corner. See that? Let's open it up because it's easier to see inside. Get to the camera. Right there in the corner. Okay. All right. So we can color these. This aqua or green I grabbed. It's kind of an aqua, I guess. We can color these like we were using a crayon if we want to. And see how that pigment goes on? It goes on just like a crayon, doesn't it? With gelatos, be sure you don't do something crazy. I had one customer on Amazon who contacted me a year after she bought it and said, my gelatos have dried up, I'd like a refund. And I said, well, gelatos should have lasted longer than that. Where are you storing them? On top of my refrigerator in the kitchen. You know how warm the top of your refrigerator gets from the motor running in your refrigerator? That's pretty warm. So, I recommend that you don't store them someplace overly warm because they will dry out. I've had mine now for I'm going to say 3 years, maybe,
Placed.
and mine aren't dry. So, yeah. So just don't put them over the fridge, because that would be a no-no. Don't put anything that's got some. Now, see what I love about coloring this? Last night we were all about control. We don't have to be all about control with this, because get your water brush out. Oops, didn't clean my brush. Cardinal rule. I didn't follow it. Get your water brush out. You can brush that color right out. And now we have beautiful color. Now, you absolutely can do this after the fact. And in fact, maybe we'll try the gelatos with our vellum this time. Let's do that. Because I haven't tried that before. I have no idea what's going to happen. I'm forever trying these things out with you guys online before I've ever tried it before. Big risk there if you're vain. I'm not, so it doesn't hurt. I laugh if I make mistakes, but then we know what not to do. But see how you can just brush those out? Now, last night was all about control. Tonight is all about, or Thursday night, is all about just getting the color on. Because we're die cutting these, you don't have to worry. You can just get the color on. I want some color on the, huh?
Yellow on the back.
You want it to be the petals both sides? That's kind of interesting. Let's do it. Yeah, that's Bryce is asking for yellow wash on the back. That's what we're going to do. He wants to see what happens with the flower if you have two different colors in it. And I think that's kind of fun, so let's find out what happens. I don't know. I'm going to spritz this a little bit.
Mary asks, can you put yellow on top of the aqua, or will it ruin your yellow?
If you're doing a blended color, put your light color down first, usually. I can put a little on top over there, and let's see what happens. It won't ruin my yellow, because if I get green or aqua on my yellow, all I have to do is wipe off the end of my crayon. It would be like getting a different color on the end of your crayon, right? Because it's not going to soak up into a waxy kind of film. So it's not going to ruin my yellow. Heat gun. Why am I blowing on it? Did you guys hear what he just said to me? Oh, he said I had enough hot air. Can you believe it? What a guy. What a guy. Oh, I'm going to put some yellow, a fairly distinct patch of yellow right in the middle of each of these. How's that? Now I can go as thick or as thin as I want with it. That's actually quite beautiful. I love that, actually. Let's try it, see what happens. Oh, he's vicious sometimes, this guy. You guys only ever see the really sweet guy. He's perfectly capable of being catty. But he makes me laugh all the time, so I guess that's an okay trait. That was pretty clever, and I did sort of walk into it. Oh, man. I actually think I'm really, really, really going to like the gelatos on these. So I like the suggestion, Mary. I got enough hot air. Who's going to bed? Oh, okay. Good night, Catherine. Thanks for stopping by to say hi. We always love it when we see you. Nice to know we have crafty friends all over the world. Good night, friend. I'm going to do the little die and then come back and do the bigger one. I can't believe you. So it sounds like at least our plan at this point is that Margie's going to be back on Thursdays. I think starting this week, huh? Unless something happens that changes our plan. I think she'll be here this Thursday. And she's going to be running the cameras again on Thursday. I've been looking at a new microphone. I'm using Bryce's for his computer, and I think one of the reasons we sometimes have problems with the sound is that he has it paired to his computer, then he has to come and continually repair it to this one. It might be good to have a dedicated mic for this system so it's not constantly being repaired. Anyway, I'm looking at a new microphone, and one of the ones that I was looking at had dual mics that it runs through the same channel, but you get dual microphones. And I might try that to see if we can hear Margie's comments better. Because I did notice that when I was watching the replay the other night, Margie kept making really nice comments, that just had value. We couldn't hear her very well. So I'm going to try and see. I don't know if it'll work, but it's worth a shot. Huh?
If Margie just plug this in and turn it on, they talk and she has a mic.
Oh, well, we need to tell her that. Because she talks talks as if people will hear her, but now that we don't have the table mic set up anymore, we don't catch a lot of what she's saying. So
Okay, we'll try that first.
Okay.
Try it.
Okay, that's a great idea, honey. We need to be sure we tell her. I say we, as in you, when you're helping her get set up, because I will forget. Because I do these things. I was supposed to take a drink when Teddy was here, and I didn't. I'm going to now.
Where has Margie been?
Yeah, so that's why we're trying to figure out how to get her mic'd up. Yeah, she has been in shipping. Margie and Brittany have been sharing the shipping job because during COVID, we haven't wanted to hire anybody. Our working quarters are close here, and we have several at-risk people in our household, between Bob being 88 and having a variety of health concerns, and me and my breathing problems, and Lauren is a type 1 diabetic. There was too much risk here to be bringing somebody into our house every day. And so we opted between that and the fact that it would be really close training quarters for the girls to be working with a new person. And even though they can have 6 feet during training, it's really hard to show somebody the settings and which buttons to hit and stuff on the computer when you're that close. So we talked about the pros and cons, and the girls said, let us just do it till we get past the crisis. So we've gotten our first shots, and we all have our second shots the end of this month. And Oregon is beginning to relax some of the work rules a little bit. So we're thinking that pretty soon here we might be able to hire somebody. But Margie missed being up here anyway, so I asked her to tell me when she was ready to come back, and she said, I'm ready. I want to go back. So she's coming in. I should have cut 2 big ones, but we'll see. Maybe we can do it with less. The thing about these roses is we can kind of make them any size we want to, can't we? I could just make a small one because we have plenty of petals to make a small one. Maybe I should do that. Let's go with a smaller flower because we have lots and lots of small petals. I'll show you what I meant by you can fill the cavity with more than one.
Brenda got her shot 5 hours ago. Her first
Oh, you did? Good girl, Brenda. You having any ill effects yet? I expect to have a few for my second shot, but even the ones that I did for my first shot weren't bad. I mean, it was 24 hours and it was gone. But I did get kind of light flu symptoms the day after my first shot. I got some light flu symptoms, but now they have definitely subsided. Okay, now this is going to be interesting here because these are water reactive and I'm still going to spritz them, but we may have some dots that show up on the back of these because they're colored on the front and the back and I'm spritzing them. We'll see what happens. We don't know because it's all an experiment. All right. Let's run these. Oh, I said we were doing them without doing this. Oops. Well, we'll do one. I promise we'll do one. But we did not do this. We were able, even though I'm 62, we were able to get our shots early because we're in Oregon. If you're part of a multi-generational household, you can get them when the older family member gets one. So we were lucky to be able to get them a little bit early. Although I would have qualified soon under the health conditions thing anyway, but okay, these are gorgeous. I can't wait to see what they look like when we make them. All right, I'm wondering if I want to do the centers differently. I don't think so. I think I'm still gonna do the center exactly the same. Okay, poking a hole in it. I'm gonna use.
Can you use 2 stamens?
Can you use 2?
Can you do 2 stamens?
You could, but there really wouldn't be a reason to in the ones you're closing in like this. If you're making a more open rose, which you also can do, if you're making a more open rose where the stamens show, then you can do a little bunch of stamen in the center. Maybe we should make an open rose out of the bigger ones. Let's do that. We'll do that. That's a good question too, Bryce, because I've been wanting to do an open rose too. All right. I think we'll go up to about this size. It'll look more like a wild rose. I'm not sure whether our yellow centers in these are going to show at all, but they might. We'll find out. That's the beauty of it, of experimenting. Now, if I didn't want my stamen to show at all, especially making these smaller roses, I could take one of these little tiny stamen. In fact, I think I will. Since I'm making a small one, I can cut this in half, the stem in half, and it will close in more fully around the petals. Okay, so I am putting the yellow side, which is the concave side, toward my stamen. This is going to be gorgeous, guys. I think anyway. We'll see. Teddy just got banished to the house again. I'm not sure what he sees sometimes, or he just wants to go see Bob, or exactly what it is. But Bob sure loves that dog. Oh my gosh, he loves him. Oh, by the way, Roberta, Teddy got his second batch of treats from you and Miss Mitzi. Mitzi? So thank you. Stop spoiling the dog. Stop spoiling me. That's sweet of you, though. He really, I will say, he really loves the soft ones. He really does. He likes the big ones too. He just doesn't really understand the big ones as well. But he loves the soft ones. See, this really closes. Oops, get around before I get to the camera. This really closes in around the stem. See that? When you use the little stamen like this. We're going to cut the stems off when we use these anyway. So having these little short stems is not a problem. Oh, this is gorgeous. I just have to say, it's going to be beautiful. Oh, I promised to tell you what to do about the strings too. We'll do that this time. This is going to be a perfect little bud where you see the yellow at the bottom, which is the centers. Okay, we got our one in the center. See my little strings hanging down? I can pull them off. There's still one there. I'm going to leave it there for now to remind me to show you what to do about the strings. Okay.
What size of stamens are you using there?
Mediums or above, but mediums. In both cases, the long ones and these little ones are both considered mediums. Medium pearls. We have them in the store, or you can get them elsewhere, but we do have them. They're under flower making. You go to paper crafting A to J or A to H or whatever that is, and then you go to embellishments, and then you go to flower making, and you'll find them. Or you can type in the word stamen, and it will take you there. Okay. This is going to be really pretty, guys, with the yellow. I think it's going to be really pretty. There's so many creative things you can do. You know, that's one of the reasons why I'm just loving this process. There's just so much creativity you can put into it. It's gorgeous. Putting on my third one, I used two small ones. Now I'm moving to the next size up. The petals are on both the last two, the number 2 and 3. I put the petals out, the concave out instead of towards the stem. It really depends in part on how heavy your paper is too, how much it's building up in the center, whether you want that number 2 to come in or out. Are you making more of a bud or more of an open rose? These are the things that determine that. This is going to be pretty. Very, very pretty. Oh, these are the two that we ran through together. See, both of them are equally textured. Did I hold it off camera?
I didn't see a thing.
You didn't see a thing. That's because I have to go to the right to go to the left when they're just equally done. So you can run as many as 3 or even 4 petals in each cavity when you run them through the mold. Save you a little time. Now that I've pricked my finger, I'm being overly cautious. We don't want me falling into a deep, deep sleep. But I'm sure my prince would come and kiss me, wouldn't he? Would he kiss me? I don't know. After that, well, Teddy. And Bryce calls Teddy. Do you see what he does, guys? Oh my gosh. I'm talking about my Prince Charming and he calls Teddy. But at least it'd be true love. Teddy would kiss me and wake me up. Oh, I think I wrote you such nice things on your birthday. Such very nice things. Yes, I think Bryce's idea to put the yellow on the back was brilliant. Look, there's our rose, guys. I think we should stop right there. And then it's yellow on the back, but see the little tinges of yellow in it? That's beautiful. Patrice says I should make new notes and replace the ones on the box. I love this. I gotta say, I think gelatos are a hit, Maria R. Now, we have that string on there. Let's see what we're going to do about that string. Grab your heat tool. Give it a little shot. And anywhere you have those tiny strings, they just evaporate. Because there's so little adhesive where it's stringing out like that, you apply just a little bit of heat and the strings just go away. So there you go. There's Margie's tip for making the stringiness go away. He loves me. I think he does. So there we go. Isn't that beautiful? That's fun. Let's try making one where we don't roll it up. Let's make an open rose, more like a wild rose. We're going to take these petals. We're going to get some stamen. I'm going to use a couple of them this time.
Brenda says you can also use a hairdryer.
Good idea. That would probably be better in a way than the... I could use a yellow, but I'm going to just use... Do I want white? I do have a yellow full stamen. That might be pretty. Let's use the yellow because I like the yellow with the yellow. I would normally, I will tell you, you can either use the littler ones, which I did not give you, but you can either put 2 or 3, at least 3 probably, 3 of them together. You can put a little bit of glue around these and create a more, a single base and put them through your flowers to get a multi-stamen. Or you can use the smaller ones. The smaller ones might be even better for this, but I didn't give you small ones. So let's just take some of these big petals. And I'm going to use the big yellow one because I do have a yellow and I think it'll be really pretty. And let's make an open rose, a very open rose to go with our little bud, our little smaller rose we just made. And we're not going to pull it up around the base. We're going to we might pull it up just a little bit. We're going to put some glue primarily right around the base of the stem to hold it up and leave it mostly open. Maybe pull it up about like that. That'd be a really pretty flower all on its own, wouldn't it? There's another flower you guys can do using this. Look, if it's texturized already, just pull it up around your stem, clip that off. That'd be a beautiful little flower on something. But let's get some more layers in it because we're talking roses here. And I'm going to keep my adhesive primarily right in the center of the flower. Here's another place we could stop if we wanted to. That's beautiful. Let's go for our last one. Now you'll notice you can see the veining on these more. Did you notice that? Because they're lighter and they show through the gelatos, which is pretty because you get the additional texture from that inking pattern. There we go. There's our wild rose style rose, guys. Beautiful. You see why that would be gorgeous? And I love the stamen in there, and I love the center to our flowers. So I think the answer to gelatos is a resounding yes. Absolutely, gelatos are great for this. Yeah, the inking's beautiful. That's gorgeous. And if we wanted to put stickles on it, let's just do it because why not? Let's put some stickles on and just see what we get. Little morning dew on our rose. Little morning dewdrop. Do you know what you would pay for these, guys? These would be so expensive. And look how many we've made just in the time we've been together. Beautiful. I'm going to get rid of my strings. Get my stickles just a little there while I'm at it. Really, really pretty. Okay. Had one more down the bottom. I felt it on my finger. All right. So we need to do our vellum next. Let's do our vellum. We may be more than 2 hours. Okay, I'm just telling you, we might be more than 2 hours. I don't think we'll be much more than 2.5, but we might be more than 2.
Teresa, she has many miniature vases she'll be filling.
Little stickles on that one. The sparkles don't necessarily show, but when you guys get these and you start making these up, you are going to be thrilled with how they look. Boy, these are beautiful. You know, this is a good job for these single-sided petals. Yeah, the other thing I promised you I was going to show you and I haven't done yet is let's do a little hand texturizing on these petals I created before. And they're one-sided, so what I could do is turn these into the wild roses, couldn't I? Let's get a stamen or two out here. I'm going to use some of these pearly blue ones. You've got so many stamen here, guys. You're going to be able to make dozens of flowers. Good night, Patrice. You're leaving us, huh? Okay. I'm sorry you had a rough night, but I'll see you on the replay when you start doing your flowers. Now, I would really love, truly love, to see some of you guys' examples of your flowers and of your painting and your other cards, because some of you are holding out on us. A couple people are really good about posting stuff, and the majority, not so much. If you don't work on Facebook and you don't have access, or it's just not something you're comfortable with, send me your examples. I'll post them for you. but we need to see some more examples of your work out on Facebook. And I really, really want to see what you're going to do with your flowers. I want to see some of your card designs. I want to see some of the flowers you come up with, because this is so individualized, guys. You're going to be able to do all kinds of things, and we have to see it. Okay, I put my stamp pad away, so I'm going to get my pad back out. You can use any kind of a pad for this job. This is if you do not have the mold, the flower making mold. You will need either, preferably, one of these ball tools. We have them in the store. They're the whole set like this from Hunky Dory. I don't remember the price. They're not terribly expensive. In fact, they're quite good price compared to a lot of them for the set of 3. You will need a ball tool of some sort eventually. If you don't have a ball tool yet, then you can do some element of texturing using the back of a ballpoint pen. I did some the other night using the back of my pen to try and do it. It's not easy. The unretracted side might be good too, as long as it's not too scratchy. I think you could actually, yeah, you can actually do quite a bit with the unretracted side of your pen. You need to have some kind of foam. You can use packing foam. If you have that, you can use the foam out of your stamping platform. And can you guys see what I'm doing? Long ways off there, I know. I'm taking the end of my tool, in this case my pen, and I'm just kind of pushing a line into the center of my flower petal. I'm pushing a line in. And as I'm doing that, can you see what's happening? The ends of my flowers are beginning to curl up like they do when we texturize them. Can you see that? There might be a trust me factor because I'm not sure to what degree you can see that, but you are pushing down. Start right at the base of the petal and push down, coming towards the end of the petal, and your flower will begin to texturize. And then what you want to do, I'm going to move to my regular tool now that I've shown you that you can do that. Take the ball and go right in the center. And what we've done is we've done our own form of texturing on this petal. Now let's do another one, because we're going to need 3 for our project. I'm going to take my tool. I'm going to start at the base of my petal, right in the center of my flower, and I'm going to pull out towards each end. This is if you do not have the mold. If you do not have the mold, you can still make gorgeous texturized flowers. It's just going to take you longer. Pull the tool towards you, and sometimes it's good to kind of hit it from the back too, because that will create more of a, see how they kind of cup up and then they, so for my flowers that are on the outer petals, I'm going to kind of get that pushing away effect on my later petals by texturizing these to come forward. I want to make these come forward a little bit more too. So I'm going to press in the middle of the back of these petals as well. Then I'm going to press down in the middle. There we go. That's the effect I was looking for. It just took me a second to figure it out. I want to create my concaves in these underneath. Let me do that here as well. I want to create a concave underneath these petals. You still do want to do the pulling down towards you too, though. Okay, so there's 3 steps we're going to go through here. You're going to take each petal. Oh, that's beautiful. You're going to take each petal and you're going to start by drawing a line From the center of your flower out, kind of create the shape of a petal a little bit. So go from the center of your flower out, flip it over, create our concave right in the middle. Right in the middle of each petal. We're going to do a lot of different flowers with these hand texturing kind of
And you flipped it back over
techniques.
to do the center.
And then I flipped it back over to the front side and I pushed the center down. And that's creating a petal that looks an awful lot like the ones coming out of the machine or out of the mold. See that? Now I've taken a little batch of my stamen. I'm going to get my center flower here and I'm going to poke a pretty good size hole since I have to get 3 stems through. If it rips, don't worry, just put it on anyway. It's okay. We don't get too excited about things. You're going to have a pretty good size hole to get your stems through. The other thing you can do, is if you're having trouble feeding your stems through, then just put a little bit of glue at the base of your stamen, like this. Just put a little dot in there. There we go. Finally got one there. And push your stamen together over that dot. So I've got my little cluster. If I'm having too much trouble feeding it through and it just won't go, then clip that off. Clip the stem clear off them. We've already created our little bunch and glue it into the center of your first petal.
They asked if you have a tiny punch. You can punch the hole.
I don't have a tiny punch, but they might make one. I used to have a little 1/8" paper punch in the store, but I don't have them anymore.
Mary asks, are we going to try the foam?
We're going to do the foam, and we're going to do the. We're still going to do the foam, and we're going to do the vellum still. Those are the 2 I still have on the agenda. Then we're going to answer questions, and questions might lead to doing something else. But so you can do it just by clipping the stamen too, because those stamens on this one were just going to be too thick to get through in a reasonable amount of time. And this is going to be an absolutely gorgeous open rose too. There we go. There's another one of our open roses. Hand texturized. It'd be good, probably, if I had another one. It wouldn't hurt to have one more petal on the outside, but I don't seem to have one left, so use your imagination. It's still fine. It just would be nice with one more. Okay. All right. Next up, let's do, you want to do foam or vellum next? Doesn't matter to me. We're going to do both. Can you believe you could make these by hand that simple? Or you could pay $2 each for them, because if the daisies and stuff are going for $7 for 6 of them, these more fancy flowers would be even more to have them of any quality. Yeah. And then we haven't even talked about the stems, but look what happens when you add your greenery behind here, guys. They're ready now to go. I mean, what we've just created is ready to go on our cards. Add some greenery. Look at that. That is about as beautiful as you're going to get. And this one will hide the leaves a little bit, and this one I might be tempted to clip the leaves a bit and move them out further. It's still beautiful, but it would be pretty to move our leaves out from under it a little bit. The only things I want to say about the stems at this point are that you can make and you can run your stems through the mold as well. This one here was run through the mold and then it was painted with one of our shimmer paints. The spritzers, I mean, while you could spritz the color, my recommendation to you is spritz it onto a palette and then paint it on, because they work great for that. Like the pixie powders, they are marvelous because you can make the paint as thick as you want. You can get a beautiful finish with those. All right, foam it is. Now the red foam is new to me. I got the white foam to play with. The red foam is new to me. So where'd my paper pack go? Let's get that paper pack out. Do you know everything we've done so far? Am I correct about that? Everything was on regular cardstock. Look what we created on regular cardstock. And then you have lots of colored cardstock in your pack that you're not going to have to do an awful lot to. You can add color, but you don't have to add a lot to that for it to be really beautiful. Remember that rose I showed you before where I just took the blue cardstock and I tipped it with some purple, and you get this beautiful depth of color. I cut it out of blue and then I tipped it with purple. All right, look at that. Gorgeous. All right, so we are going to use foam, flower foam. Hi, Susan. Welcome, friend. I'm going to. Ow. My glue gun was there. I just set my hand on it. That was not one of my smarter moves. I'm into inflicting self-pain, all in the interest of teaching you caution, you know. You're welcome. All right. Now, Margie wanted me to share another idea with you. Here's her other idea. She's full of them, and her ideas usually work really well. She says to tell you that your packaging for your dies works really well. Instead of having to try and tape everything down to like the foam where it doesn't necessarily want to stick well, she said to tell you that her technique for not having to use all that tape was to put her dies back on the storage sheet, just stick them in the tape on the storage sheet. I'm frozen. I guess I was just put them on the storage sheet and then run the whole thing through. And that way she didn't have to stop and tape and stuff. She says it works fine. We'll find out. It is on foam, so this might be too thick on foam, but we'll find out. She was using regular foam and not the sparkly stuff. We'll see if it goes through. Yeah, it's going to go through. Now, when you're cutting out of paper, because the images you're cutting are relatively simple and straightforward, you can usually get some good cuts doing 2, or sometimes if it's just cardstock, you can get 2 or even 3 flower cuts at a time. This one didn't cut all the way through on my foam. And my flower foam is seriously sticking to the background tape. We'll see. We'll see if I agree with Margie's tip. Um, I'm not sure. I guess it's going to be okay. Come on. Come on up. Well, I'm not sure I recommend it with the flower foam because the foam is sticking to my background tape, but I think it would work just fine with some of your other papers. Let's not do it. Because it just tore up my expensive flower foam. I can make them work anyway, but that was, yeah. It didn't work great with the flower foam, guys. But now I know. I was just sharing the tip per my instructions to do so, but I think it might work better on the cardstock than it did on, or maybe her packaging tape was more used or something, but yeah, that didn't work so well. I'm going to make it work anyway, but I'm taking my dies off. Okay, but we still have nice flowers to use, so we'll be fine. All right. Yeah, you tuned in just in time to see me make a boo-boo, Susan, but that's okay. Mistakes happen and we'll fix them. All right. All right. We're going to still have some good blossoms here, and I'm going to cut some more and we'll be good. Now, remember when I said if you tear one, don't panic and throw it away? We can use some of these pieces too. All right. I'm going to advocate we don't do that. All right. I'm going face down on here. I'm going to get myself another big blossom right here. Now the flower foam is thicker, so you'll generally need less pieces to make a flower, which is pretty cool. I found that it was taking me an average of 3 to 4 petals to do one flower. Susan, since you just tuned in, let me show you a couple things we made. Look what we made. Here's an open wild rose. Here's another, let's see, here's another of, or two more, another of our roses we made. They're full open blossom. We can make baby blossoms. We've done all kinds of beautiful flowers. This is one Margie made me using crepe paper. So we're doing beautiful things. This is where we're headed. We're using the sparkly flower foam on this one. Dang, I saw Margie do that last night. Hers worked out great, but I hadn't tried it, and my tape obviously was stickier. So that wasn't good, but we'll make it work, guys. Okay, I have 1, 2, 3 full good petals here. And I think that's going to be pretty close to enough. All right. Let's start our process. Now for this first one, because this is going to close in, now you'll notice I'm not running this through the machine. I'll tell you why I'm not. I'm using hot melt. Margie was using low melt and she had problems getting it to stick to the shimmer paper. I'm using hot melt and I think it's great. So that's my recommendation is hot glue. Hot melt rather than low temp. Now, we're going to do 2 of these. I'm going to do one in the sparkle foam, and I'm telling you, this one I did not texturize at all, and I think it's gorgeous. In the flower foam, There are some different techniques for texturizing. The mold does not work well with the flour foam. I can tell you that. The texturizing just falls right out of it. It doesn't stay in. So I'm going right to from cutting to assembly. I've put my stamen in the center, and just like we've done before, even though it's flour foam, it's the same process. I'm going to take one petal and I'm going to wrap it up around my stamen, and I'm going to wrap it around all the way around. I'm going to come up from the other side, and I'm going to wrap this side around my petal, forming the bud in the center. I'm going to choose one of these two. I'm going to pull it up around my forming bud there. There we go, that's good. I'm going to take both of these and I'm going to pull them up to the sides. Here's my bud in the center of the sparkle foam. Now let's use our next petal size. I think I can use this one okay. With the foam, you can usually just push the stem right through, which is nice. I have sparkle side up, and I'm pulling these right up against the bud in the center. I'll do one side, then I'll do the other side.
Marcia says if you spritz the flowers with water before molding them, it works better.
With which now? Marcia. If it depends on the material that you're using, Marcia, generally that's true. It works really well on cardstock. On the foam, we tried them damp. We tried them with the spritzing. It did not hold the shape. The foam just fell out. There was no retention of the shape at all. There is a way to mold the foam, and I'm going to show you that in a minute. It takes a little patience, but it can be done. We're going to heat the foam to mold it. Depending on which foam you're using, when you heat it, you can shrink your foam, which is an interesting development. But with cardstock, you're absolutely right. Spritzing your foam when you're using spritzing your cardstock makes a world of difference in the level of the molding that you get working in the mold. But it depends on the material. You also do not want to spritz your vellum, because when I spritzed the vellum, it rolled up in little unusable balls.
Yes, would you link the sparkly foam in the newsletter?
Sure, I don't have an awful lot in stock, but I will get more. I can get it from one of my distributors that has it here fairly quickly. Find it trading.
A brand of glue gun with a very small nozzle, so
Uh,
it gushes the glue.
We have this very glue gun right here is available in the store. I think Bryce can grab a link to that for you now, perhaps.
UK one.
Oh, in UK. You're just going to have to take a look at them, Susan. Um, we can tell you what this one is, but I actually think this is just like a minor brand, a minor US brand. And I don't know if they're made for UK because it's not like a super significant international brand. Okay, now I have these torn petals, unfortunately, but they're actually we can use some of these if we want to fill in a little bit extra and just get some more texture to our rose. So I don't have to give up all of that just because I tore it. And you know, you can tear these just getting them out of the molds too, truly out of the dies, because the foam's a little fragile. So let's go ahead and use some of these torn petals. I don't know, I can get a couple more. In fact, I can make this whole layer with little petals, I think. Let me do that. I'm going to cut another one here too so I can get one more full round. I can get most of a petal and then I'll use my torn pieces for the balance. So I learned an important lesson not to use the tape technique on the foam, but you know, you got to try stuff sometimes. I watched her use it over and over again, but she wasn't using it on this foam. She was using it on paper. So there's the difference. This just is more fragile because it is foam. Oh, good, Diane. Thanks for sharing that tip. And that would be a UK brand that she should be able to find. So that's awesome. Thank you. Did I just do? Well, for heaven's sakes. You know what I just did? I embossed it nicely, but didn't cut a thing because I didn't have the cutting edge down. Let's try that again. Darn it. I do think Margie's technique would work well on magnetic storage sheet where there's no adhesive. You could definitely take a magnet sheet and do what she was advocating without having the paper stick to it, because it would be nothing for the paper to stick to. So I think that technique would work. You just have to. Okay, so this one's got a bite out of it. I'm going to take this petal off. I'm going to put it on my stem, and then I'm going to fill in with one of my torn petals, just because I can. Okay. When you're using the flower foam, you want to keep your adhesive a little lower on the petals because the adhesive kind of accumulates and it shows against the glitter finish. We can compensate by putting more glitter on, you know, use our stickles to compensate, but I do have what looks like a little gummy in the center, so I'm going to glue over that or glitter over that. This can end up kind of looking like morning dew on this sparkle flower, which is pretty cool, actually. I think that's going to be fun. And since I put it in the center, I'm putting a little around the edges too, so it. Now you gotta pretend that that's already dried, but You love it? Look at that. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I wish I hadn't torn up some of my other petals, but you have enough of the sparkle foil to easily do several flowers in your kit. Got torn mine up a little bit, but we at least did that foam so you could see it. Now we need to do one out of the other foam because it's actually a very different material. We have the sparkle foam, but we also have this other flower foam, which is much lighter, and it's a very different material than the sparkle foam. It did turn out pretty though, even with my mishap there. And if you want to try that technique Margie suggested, try it with a magnet sheet because that will work. I know it will. Okay, so let's do some petals out of this. Oh, I told you I was going to show you how to texturize this too. We'll do that this time.
You're asking, can we buy the red foam?
Yes, I think I have the red sparkle foam. Is that what you're asking, guys?
I think so. Oh my gosh, can we buy the red foam?
I believe I have a little bit in the store. I think in the sparkle foam I have white, red, and we had some of these colors as well. Yeah, these would be just spectacular. So we do have some sparkle foam. The I will get some more ordered though. I'll get some more in for you. The sparkle foam's a little more expensive. It's like $1.60 for an A4 sheet. It's like $16 a pack for 10 sheets. But you can see that it's beautiful. I just don't want you to be caught off guard. Now this foam here is substantially less expensive. It's a little different to work with than the sparkle foam, but beautiful. This is the foam from which I made this flower right here. I made this out of the foam. Yeah, I did. And there are, this one we can do as untexturized or we can texturize with heat. When we texturize with heat, anticipate that you're going to have shrinkage. It's going to happen because this foam reacts to the heat. But it is gorgeous when it's done. I should have another heat. I think this will be okay though. Should have a heat mat under this probably.
Oh, good. It's good for 500 degrees.
That's true. This is a oven mat, so it should work. So let's talk about this foam. What happens when we texturize it is that it will take a shape and it will get the foam actually gets thicker as you work it, which is interesting. Okay, so I'm taking a risk by putting it on here, but I'm going to put it on here anyway because I want to be able to. I have one of these in stock if I ruin it.
How hot are you getting?
Well, I got my heat tool.
The heat tool is not 500 degrees.
Okay. To texturize this, we're going to get our heat tool. And these little ones blow all over the place. Everything blows all over the place. Okay. To texturize this, I'm going to create my concaves. Gonna heat it with my ball tool on it. And it's gonna kind of curl up around my tool. Do you see that happening? Now, if you hold the heat in one place too long, this is going to shrink anyway, but the entire petal will shrink up. So you want to be careful not to hold it in one place too long. But I will show you that. Let's look at the 4 petals we've already texturized. And you can see how much shrinkage you get just in the process of doing that. It turns a little darker color at the tips especially. You see that? But we also get the concaves, huh?
It's pretty though.
So we do get the concave. So you're going to take your stylus, you're going to push down, turn your heat tool on it, and the heat tool's going to soften that material, and as it softens, you're pushing your ball tool down and that petal wraps right up around it. Not clear around it, just enough to create the concaves that we want. We'll turn it over. We'll put our stylus in the center. And we can then bend the whole thing up. Now it's subject to reshaping. It's subject to reshaping itself on our other concaves while we're working on the back if we're not careful. So it takes a little technique, but here is my finished petal. Let's do a couple others. Now what starts out to be one of our larger flowers will actually end up being a mid-sized to small flower because we're shrinking the petals as we work. Push it down. Stop it. Catch it. Huh?
It says you can also set it gently on an iron.
Oh, that's a good idea, Betty. Stop it. Pushing it down to create my concave. Pushing it down. The little mats from Heartfelt Creations and the mat from Crafter's Companion, the foam mats, respond well to being worked with this heat. Kind of over curled that one a little bit, but it's going to be okay. All right. So you can see my big petals are turning little. For the littlest petals, I'm not sure I'd even bother to heat it from the back because you're going to be fighting the petals wanting to go the opposite direction. I'm going to get a smaller ball tool with this one. If you need ball tools, these hunky-dory ones are really good for the price. Okay, let's see what we got here. We've got 3 petals to start with. We'll see if we need more. And let's go ahead and form our flower. Now, I could have also, the one that I made that was kind of the peach rose, this one, I put my ink on it I actually used, and it dried okay, I actually used my ink pad, and I put some orange on it. Now, the orange kind of faded a little bit as the petals shrunk, but I think it turned out to be a really pretty color. It started soft yellow. Okay, so let's go ahead and build our rose out of this. You can use, either size here just for the sake of time. I'm going to choose one of my stamen. Now, all these stamen are officially the same size, but you can see that in your stamen pack, even though these two are considered the same size, there's bigger ones and smaller ones. I'm going to choose one of the smaller ones for this. And once again, I can just poke my wire through these. These are really easy. I don't have to use a sharp edge to poke them through, and I'm going to build it the same way. I'm going to get my heat tool, recap my stickles, and get my heat or my hot glue gun. Margie and I were working on these Thursday night. We were getting more and more tired, and because we worked late, we always do because we're both night owls. And we started grabbing our glue guns when we thought we were grabbing our our heat tool and vice versa. It was pretty crazy by the time we finally gave up and quit. Now these will be reactive to the hot glue, so don't saturate your petals with the hot glue. Don't keep it on there longer than you have to, but I'm still using a hot glue gun, not the cool, and it works just fine. It's just that this foam, the lighter foam in your packet, is lighter weight than the sparkle foam. And because it is, it's just more reactive to everything. This is going to be beautiful though. Wait till you see it. So we also have packs of the other foam. It comes in all kinds of colors. I like the foam. I like the paper too. I can't say that I have a favorite of one over, oops, I wanted to go the other way with that. I can't say that I really have a favorite of one over the other in terms of paper versus foam. Because I love the vellums and I actually love all the stuff you could do with just regular cardstock too. My first one, I'm putting my glue on the center of the concave to pull that up in. You guys have seen this so many times now, you feel like you're ready to grab your glue gun and start making flowers. I hope you are. I want to see what you come up with, and I want to hear your stories about working with it. Okay, I'm going to feed this larger petal up on here, and then we'll see if we need more. If we need more, I might have to make another, I might have to cut one more. Because these shrink so much, this is actually the largest petal. Let's pull those up in there and see what we get. It's filling in nicely around it just because the larger petal kind of had more material to it. Here's where we are right now. I think we could still benefit maybe from having one more petal. Let's make one more because I think our finished product's going to be better. So let's make one more of these. Oh, looky there, I still have small ones. Now you can do the same thing without texturizing them. The white flower I showed you is not texturized at all. So you can do the same things without texturizing and shrinking the petals. You'll just get very different effects. Let go. Okay, remember when we're texturizing, we are, I'm going to get my bigger, what?
You're gonna texturize with your glue gun?
No, thank you. I guess I'm getting tired now. Okay, so yeah, that's what I kept doing the other night. So did Margie. If we have foam from that doesn't have glitter, I can't
Can we
read
add
it.
stickles? Yep.
Yes, absolutely. And in fact, I put, you'll recall, I put stickles on this one. I wanted I wanted to kind of clean up where glue showed, and B, I wanted it to kind of look like it had little dewdrops on it. You absolutely can. Yes. Okay, so we're texturizing this flower. I'm holding my ball tool in. I'm pushing down in the center while I'm heating it. It's going to shrink. It's going to happen. But while it does that, I'm creating that concave.
Playing with shrink art.
That's exactly what I said when we were doing it the other night. It's just like playing with shrink art, like watching it shrinky dinks. Okay. Oh, that's going to be pretty. Wow, that's going to be pretty. Okay. Gonna put my little, let's get my glue. Oops, I'm showing me my tummy again. All right. I hate this shirt for that reason. I love the color. I hate that it shows my tummy off every time I reach. I'm going to push this up underneath, offsetting against my last row of petals. This is beautiful.
Voila.
There you go. Shrink, or shrink art. Now you got me saying shrink art. Flower foam rose. Very, very pretty. I'm going to reglue this petal. It kind of slid in under one of the others, and I wanted to show. There we go. Come on. Get up there where I want you. There. Very pretty. Get a little. I'm going to put a little stickles on this one. You're among crafty friends. Thank you. You'll see what it looks like with the stickles on it. Next, we'll do our vellum. I'm anxious to see what you guys think of when you do the velveteen paper too. And you can do all the same things with the velveteen. You can put it through your mold. It works beautifully. A little string hanging. Got a whole lot of string hanging. Okay. All right. We ready to switch gears? Any questions on flower foam? Except where can I get it? You could link them so that they get it first if you wanted to. So that go to paper crafting A to J, then embellishments inside there. Now flower making, I believe. Is there a subcategory? Yeah, flower foam and flower baking. There it is. All things flower making. Yeah, yeah. we're linking you guys so that you can have first crack at what we have in glitter foam and flower foam and all other flower making. The stamen and other things are in the same category. Okay, it's time to switch gears. We won't need that again. We'll move our flower foam petals out of the way for now. Let's get our vellum paper out. You see how long we're working on each half sheet? Can you imagine? I'm going to do one of those too. Can you imagine how long you can work on with your flower making with this huge packet of materials that you have? I want to make sure we get the clear vellum flower in. Because we're doing a little different on that one.
It's official. Mary's hooked on flower making.
Well, I'm glad because it's a lot of fun. It really is. It seems like every time Bryce came in here in the last week, what was I doing, honey?
Flowers.
Making flowers. He said, "How many flowers do you need?" I said, "Well, I got to perfect the technique, honey." That was my excuse. I got to perfect the technique. It really had more to do with the fact that it was a lot of fun. Shouldn't you be working on your next class? Yes, but I'm having fun. Leave me alone. I know I should, but I'm not going to. Leave me alone. I still got some of that stuck foam in my dies, so bear with me here. Yeah, that was not one of my finer moments, but you know, like you said, I'm among crafty friends, and I tried something I saw that worked. I saw it work. Now with this vellum, you actually can do 2 layers of this vellum at one time with your cutting dies. Let's just do double the layers in case we decide we want another petal for something. You can cut 2 at once. You can do this with cardstock and a fair number of things since the pattern in these flowers is fairly simple. I don't advocate cutting more than one thing at a time if your pattern is real complex, but ours is very simple. So just because I harp on you all the time, I'm going to tape these down because it's the safe thing to do to protect your expensive dies. And we don't want to ruin our dies because... Can you do this with acetate? I haven't tried. I believe you could probably do acetate in open flowers, but I would be not real confident about being able to do shaped flowers. You might be able to shape them a little bit. I doubt they would go through your mold. I don't think they would. In fact, I don't think they would. My thinking is that they might. They might crack up, but I don't know. I've never tried it. I don't think it would hurt anything to try it. Here comes all our little white vellum flowers. Lots of vellum flowers. Like springtime, little flower buds everywhere. Flower petals all over. You are going to be able to make so many flowers out of your kits, guys. And I'm really curious about what you think of the different materials I put together for you. I think there's a really nice variety of things to try. Nice variety. Okay, let's make some vellum flowers. Let's go ahead and go straight to our mold. You can hand texturize these, do exactly what we talked about before. Use your round tool, push down, and create a cup in each of these, flip it over, and create some kind of backward slope to those petals. And you can do the same thing we talked about before. So let's grab a few of these. Now I can layer these up in here. I did some the other night. I probably put 5 to a cavity, and they turned out beautiful. It is a bit like a Chinese puzzle looking for the right sizes in here, because you have so many. It doesn't absolutely have to be in the right size. It can go in the right size or bigger. I'm just kind of stacking them up. When you do stack them up and you take them out, you're going to find that they kind of stick together and you have to pull them apart because they kind of bond together. So watch for how many layers of something you have in your hand. You can easily pick them apart once you recognize you have more than one, but you do have to kind of pick them apart. So I'm just trying to go quickly here. What kind of other questions do we have? Gelato, can we use gelatos on vellum? Vellum dries really slowly with liquid on it. I did use an ink pad. Let me test this. I actually anticipated you might ask a question about ink pads and gelatos and the like on vellum. I used an ink pad on this one earlier, and for quite a while it came off on my fingers. It's no longer coming off on my fingers, and this was colored with one of my stamp pads. So I'm going to say yes, you could. What I would be careful of is, remember what I said about not spritzing these, because they all curl up in a lump and it just is really annoying. So what I would say is don't get this too wet. If you're painting on with gelatos or you're using gelatos on top, don't paint it too wet, because if you paint it too wet, it's going to just crumple up and do weird things that annoy you. Okay, I think I got all my blossoms in. Put my lid on. I am not spritzing these. Don't spritz your vellum. It's gonna, well, depending on which cutter you're using, which die cutting machine, your mold and your plates might feel loose, but mine feels loose and it still does just a beautiful job. In fact, you can really see the texturizing that the mold does on the vellum. It's beautiful. See how they stacked up there? This looks like one. It's actually 2 of them there. Make sure there's not more. So got 2 or 3 in some of these cavities, so I'll spread those out. Now, this is, I will tell you, I've only tried this way, but this might be a job that would be, that could be done before you cut, I'm going to take all of our stampers got this blue um, Nouveau spray early on in our stamping. I'm going to take some of this Nouveau spray and I'm going to paint it onto my flowers. I'm going to put it down on my palette. Be sure you shake it good because you want to get all that pearlescent effect in there. I'll put it down on my palette. I'm going to grab my water brush or my paintbrush, whatever I have handy. I'm going to paint on the back side. What's going to show the most is the concaves in these. Let's see. Yeah, it goes. The concaves actually go up. So I'm going to paint into the inside, the back side of the petals. It's not going to look very dark when I put it on. That's okay, because what we're looking for here is a really, really subtle color to come through that vellum. And it's going to be beautiful. It doesn't all have to be painted. I'm not worrying about painting the edges, for example. The water brush is good for putting this on because I don't want too much liquid on this vellum, because then I have problems with it curling, right? So I am painting the back sides. The concave is towards me because the concave goes up and my outside petals. So I'm just quickly taking my brush. I'm not using any care about doing it precisely. I'm just getting the color on there. I like this spritzer for this for two reasons. I could use like one of my pearl polishes. This would be a great job for my my Hunky Dory pigment powders. This would be a good job for your Jamie powders. This would be a good job for those Nouveaux that so many of you got. Lots of you got those Nouveaux that we demonstrated during What's New Wednesday 2 weeks ago. They work really well for this. Although I really do love, love, love this blue tone with the white vellum because it's so subtle and it's so beautiful. It's just a super nice color for this. So I might have been able to do this in advance. I've only tried it this way. I might have been able to just paint on a large area and do it. But because I'm not really using any special care in putting this on, it's a pretty fast job to just add my pigment after the fact. There's so many ways to go about doing all this. I'm not sure there's any such thing as a right way and a wrong way to do any of this. I think the basic flower shaping is the point here, and experiment and have fun is the other point here, because you see, I just raided the cupboards and brought everything over here, and so far, other than my taping technique, which didn't work well at all, um, other than that one technique, which is still a good technique, it's just use it with your magnet sheets, not with tape, because it tore up our foam. But other than that, everything has turned out beautifully today, and we're just playing. I mean, we're just using so many different things. I can't, let's see, mold size. I can't read the comment. I guess you guys are talking to each other. Bryce left the room and I can't see the comment clearly here. What's the size of the mold? Oh, I see the question now. It's up there. The size of the mold is, let me see if I can keep from leaning into my work here. The size of the mold is it's a little less than 6 inches wide. So most mid-sized die cutters have a 6-inch opening. If you have 6 inches, you're in good shape. It's about 5 5/8, and you don't really care about how long, but it's 6. I'm gonna say it's like 5 5/8 by 8 inches long, roughly. So if you have a 6-inch opening, you'll be okay for fitting your die cutting machine. That's what I have in this one, is 6-inch opening. Whoa! Okay, we have plenty of flowers painted now. So we're just painting the back side, and then we'll go ahead. I got one left here, might as well do it.
What is the size of the mold?
We just talked about that. We said it will fit a 6-inch opening in your die cutter. If you have a 6-inch opening, you're in good shape. The flower mold. We will be doing more Heartfelt Creations flowers. I'm going to give it a few weeks, because for a couple weeks anyway, because I think between the cost of the stamps and the flower press, or the flower class here, I know we taxed budgets a little bit, so I'm going to wait a couple of weeks. But we do have more molds coming up in other flowers. We're going to do some hand texturing on some of our next flower packs that we do, because they're going to be really simple flowers. Hi, Annette. How you doing, friend? Okay, let's do a small flower first. And I'm going to grab my stamen pack wherever it has gone. Didn't find them, I found the package. And you can use one of your little stamen for this. There's lots of little white ones and cream colored ones that would be perfect for this job. Again, you could make 2 flowers out of 1 stamen. So I will tell you that before I read the directions, because I'm prone to just taking a project and running with it, I was actually molding these by hand without any stamen in them. Once you get used to folding the petals together and stuff, you can make this completely without a stamen if you want to. I will say I think it's easier with the stamen, but you can do it completely without the stamen. Okay, glue gun. Tummy shot again. I hate this shirt. I'm going to get rid of this shirt. I hate that they're so short. Why do they make women's shirts like that? That's just silly. Look to the left. Yes, that's where it was. Oh, Alexa's answering me. She says she doesn't know. Okay. We're making this just like we've made our others. By now you guys have heard this. I'm using the concaves opening toward the first petal, and sometimes my second, are made towards the stamen, and then we use them the other way around. Then we flip them and we use the concave point, or the concaves towards the stem when we want the flower petals to start fanning out. But when we're trying to create a bud, we want the petals, or we want the concaves facing the stamen. That seems really obvious right now, and when you start building them, you're going to think, how did that go? And you'll have to play around with it a little bit. But there's our bud for the center. And look how blue that is. Okay, now grab our next larger one. This is a little tiny one I have here, so my next larger one. And I'm going to go, I think I usually put 2 towards it, but I think this time I'm going to go out and just see what happens. After I make the hole bigger. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm going to start fanning them out from here. Now, I think these would be marvelous little flowers to use on projects. I'm looking forward to trying them. What? all fluffy ladies are 4 foot. Yeah, right. Or not 4 foot. That's true. I'm 5'11". Maybe that's why I'm long waisted and yes, but if they're going to make shirts for fluffy ladies, they should make shirts that are long enough to cover the fluff.
She buys tunics.
Tunics.
The 30-inch, otherwise she's in trouble.
Yeah. Well, in that way too, we are twins, Annette. I usually, almost all of my newer ones are tunics. Because,
5'11" too.
are you? Well, there we go. So I am a twin. Okay, now my petals, my concaves are going upward. You know, the ice cream scoop is now upside down for sure. Well, by the time we get to petal 3, we want to be spreading these petals. We want these petals to spread out a bit from the center. So this is going to start pushing them away from the stem a little bit. And we're starting to glue a little lower. We're going to the middle on this row. We'll go to the middle of the concave with our glue dot. Right at the middle. Push those up. You can, you didn't see what I just did, but I had one petal that came up that just didn't have any real texture to it at the tip. I just bent it. I bent it and made it lay back a little bit at the tip. So you can bend those down a little bit as necessary to get the shape.
Mary asks if you will show them how to cut off the wire.
Sure, I will. I absolutely will help you with that. You'll be surprised when I do, but I will absolutely help you with that. Betty Gosel says, I'm 5 feet and many are too short for me. Well, that makes me feel better about my world, really, Betty. Thank you. It does. It makes me feel better. Okay. Is Betty McSorley still on? I wanted to ask how. Hey, Betty Gosel, how's your. Didn't you say that you had a brother or a brother-in-law who now has just come down with COVID? How's that person doing?
She says she's afraid her flower will just fall off.
Well, remember how much glue we have going around all those petals? We have an awful lot of glue attached around that stamen, right? Every petal is, oh, no. Betty, watch and see. Watch and see if Betty McSorley answers me, okay?
Watching.
Okay, and I'm curious about Betty Gosel's answer too. Thanks. Well, I got those right under each other. How'd I do that? It didn't glue very well, so good. I'm kind of glad it didn't glue well, because now I can pull it loose and put it where I wanted it.
Betty Gosel says, doing better, thanks.
Oh, good. You've been on my mind, Betty Gosel. I'm sorry that your family has had to go through that, my friend. So I'm glad. I wanted to know how Betty McSorley's husband was faring after surgery, too. He's still recouping. Okay. Wow. This flower's giving me a hard time. I don't know why. It's like my glue. I'm not getting my petals pushed up fast enough, so they're trying to come loose on me. If it does that, just give it another shot and hold it in place a little bit. Susan Richards, please let me say, don't be afraid to take your shots. Oh, yes. Thank you for sharing that. I know that there's a fair amount of political controversy around that right now, but we're talking about the good of the nation here, guys. So thank you for sharing that, Susan. What did she go on to say?
Everyone in the UK is having them, and everything is getting much better.
Good. Thank you, Susan, for that word of encouragement. That's awesome. I love it. Thank you. I'm looking forward to having shot number 2 the end of the month. My mom had shot number 2 this month, and I'm going to go see my mom after I get my shot. 2 weeks after I get my shot, I'm going to go see her. Okay. I think maybe one more petal here. I'm anxious for you guys to see this one. I almost wish I'd done it on a long stem so I could hold it up better, but that's okay. Why did I just do that again? Ouch. You could try to teach me to be smarter, but
We'll be putting the Band-Aid order in soon to Walmart.
Gotta order some of those, yeah. Gotta order some of those purple Band-Aids. Okay, let's push this up. Let's get a little glue on here, a little glue on here. Pull these up. Man, it's going to be pretty. I think I want one more petal. You kind of decide how many petals based on how evenly distributed. Well, two things. One is how much room do you have in your project? You know, that the amount of room you have or that you plan for your project has to determine to some degree what size you want. But also, if you're looking at the flower itself, just whether or not you get the distribution of petals around it that you want, you know? There's no cut hard and fast rule about how many petals we're going to put on. We're going to put petals on till we like the way it looks. Okay. Just be sure as you work your way out that you try to layer those so that the petals fall between each other. If you get started right, you know, you get the first one down right, then the others will tend to follow, but you still sometimes have to guide them into place with your finger when you glue them, push them up where you want them to go. One more. Okay, here's the blue blossom, guys. Look at that. Look at that. And you can glitter it. Okay. All right. All right. Now, cutting off the stems. Just making sure I don't have any little lines. When I'm ready to cut my stem off, I'm going to grab my scissors. I'm going to flip it over. And I'm going to cut that dude off as short as I can. That's how I cut my stamen. And with any of these, I'm going to do the same thing with confidence. And I'll tell you how I know that, because I pull each of those petals and glue it around that stamen. That stamen isn't going anywhere. Your flower will not fall apart when you cut those wires or when you cut those lines off. They're going to be absolutely perfect. They are going to stay there so nicely. Isn't it pretty? It's gorgeous, isn't it? Can you imagine putting that on your card? Or any of these that we've been working on. What time is it, honey?
6:18.
It's 6:18, so we've been at it for more than 3 hours. Huh?
We have.
Okay, I will give you guys the choice. We can do one more or we can call it good. If we do one more, it would probably be, we can do the velveteen or we can do the embossed vellum paper, or we can say, I think I got it. I don't need any more, because you guys are the ones that, will the flower fall off? Fall off of what? Off of your project? If you're talking about your project, put it on with the best glue ever. It's not going anywhere. So you guys tell me what you want to do from here. I have to go very late here. Night all. Good night, Susan. Thanks for stopping by and for your encouragement, friend. We appreciate it very much. We love having you part of our crafty family. Yeah, it's not going to go anywhere, nor are the pedals, because we've hot glued the pedals to each other. So it's not going to fall apart at all. That is there to stay. Okay, any feedback on whether you want to do one more or whether you want to be done? No feedback will be interpreted as I got it.
Still have 20 people watching.
You guys want to do one with the embossed vellum or with the velveteen paper? Betty's got it. Anybody else have any feedback? You want any questions about anything we've looked at? You are going to love doing this. I'm just telling you. Sure, go for it. Okay, which one? Could watch forever. All right, I'm with you. Okay, this one. Well, both the Velveteen and this one are ones that both are going to be okay for you to do after you've practiced. Don't start with the embossed vellum. Don't start with the Velveteen. Do some of the others first. I suggest you start with the cardstock because it's the cheapest, you know? So you don't put yourself under pressure. But Velveteen? We got Kim's color here. Let's do a Velveteen. I'll cut some vellum at the same time, and we'll see how long it takes, and we'll decide from there. But I'll cut the Velveteen and the sparkle vellum at the same time. I was looking for the red one because I thought it'd be easier for them to see the red. I didn't get the red out? Okay. You got such a huge packet of materials, guys. You are going to love this. There we go. Come on. Okay. All right. Let's go. I'm going to put that one away just because it's harder for you to see. This red one's easier to see if we do it. So let's see what we can do here. It's not going to cut all those. We'll just cut these two. All right. Kim requested pink roses, so pink you got. You're gonna get some, or you got some pink in your kit. But you got about every color roses under the sun. And that pack of papers there between the cardstock and everything else you got. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. I'm breathing better today. It's been raining, so it's knocking the pollen down. So I'm breathing today. Are you breathing better today? You didn't notice it? Bryce was sneezing around here the other night. And honey, you got a touch of it too. A touch of the pollen. I'm going through a couple times here because I've got double layers in. Okay, we'll pull those off. We're going to those actually look pretty together. Who'd have thought it? Okay. May have been faster in the long run by the time I separate the petals to do the. I guess shouldn't be worrying about them. I'll stick them in and just emboss them all, or mold them all. Okay, I'm not going to worry about cutting the other little die right now because we don't need that many small flowers. You really get a lot of small petals. But remember, you can make those flatter flowers as well as your roses. And these are beautiful. They're gorgeous. So don't be afraid to cut a lot of those small ones because those small ones would be really, really pretty. Just put a stamen on it and call it good. Okay, let's put them in our mold. You want pretty side down. Prettiest side down. And just finding the right mold cavities is half the battle. And I can even mold 2 different kinds of paper at the same time here. It doesn't matter. Won't hurt anything. You guys feel like you're ready to make some flowers? Those of you who have your molds can go ahead and take off and just use cardstock from your craft room. And when your paper packs get there, you will be in hog heaven. You will be ready to go. It's just so much fun to play with the different materials. You're going to have such a good time. I have. And I am now prepared with lots of flowers for my cards. Lots and lots of flowers. I have a bucket of them over here. And I'm not going to say these can't be crushed, but they are fairly durable flowers too. I am surprised that nobody has asked me yet about um, making or about whether these will fit in an envelope. The flatter flowers, the more flat you make them, the better they're going to fit in an envelope. These, no problem at all. Some of these big tall ones, you're either going to hand deliver or you're going to put them in a card box. We do have card boxes too, guys. Even as far as this one, this is not terribly high, but I still might, if I was mailing it, I'd put it in a card box for sure. I have clear card boxes and I have white card boxes. There you are. Could you put together another consumables kit for this with some other types of material? You've got us hooked on. I'd love to see what else we can use. Boy, you got a lot to start with there. You work through that, and then if you still want more materials, I'll go see what else I can find for you. How's that sound? Because you got a lot of materials here. You are gonna have dozens and dozens of flowers. But if you still want more types after that, we can definitely see what we can do. But you've got shimmer paper, you've got velvet or velveteen, the velveteen papers. You've got the embossed velveteen, you've got cardstock, you've got clear vellum, you've got, what else did I put in there? Colored vellum. So you got quite a lot of different choices there. I don't actually have any crepe paper in stock. That's the one that Margie came up with that she did. I don't actually have any in stock, but if you or one of your relatives finds yourself near the dollar store, they have crepe paper packs for $1 in there for making like big flowers and stuff. So I'm just separating my petals out and put the style in the two styles. You're going to have dozens and dozens of flowers just in these materials, though. What I will do, though, I will tell you that I will keep that in mind as I look towards our next flowers, and I will continue to look for variety in what else we can use as we put together the packs for some of the other flowers. How's that sound? Would suede paper work? Yes. In fact, velveteen and suede paper are exactly the same thing. Our velveteen is exactly like the suede paper we used to get from hot off the press. It's exactly the same thing. The early suede papers, the later suede papers that she had that weren't as soft, that's not like mine. Mine are like the soft paper she had initially that she called her suede papers. But that's exactly the same stuff. Okay, we've got our velvet petals here. We've texturized them already using our box. Let's make let's see. Let's make a smaller one. I'm going to make a little bit smaller one because I have more of those petals cut already. And I might decide I wanted more of these if I make a bigger one. So let's get going here. I'm going to do this on what kind of stem? It's going to be a smaller one, but I'm going to put this yellow. I'm going to put this yellow stamen in the center of it. If it shows at all, it will be yellow and uh-oh. I just pulled it off the wire. Well, now maybe I'll use it anyway, but I've pulled a few of them off the wires. Maybe I'm just too rough. I don't know. Or maybe they didn't glue them well. Yeah, exactly. And that way you won't have more expense for this class, but ouch, nothing says you can't use those materials and come back and use these with the rose molds, because we're gonna do lots of kinds of flowers here. They won't all be as expensive as the roses, though, I'll tell you that, because we're gonna use some kind of all-purpose flower molds coming up here and use them in different ways to create some different kinds of flowers too. I just wanted to capture your attention for flower making, and I knew that the most popular flower out there is the rose. And so if I wanted to capture your attention, the best thing I could do is make roses available. I knew that was going to be the case. So we started with roses, even though roses are not the easiest of the flowers we'll do. They're way more complicated than some of them. They're not hard. You've seen that. They're not hard. But theoretically, when you look at a rose, it's a way more complex flower than a daisy or a mum or some of the other ones we'll be doing. I love this velveteen for flowers, though. I don't know if I told you this. I don't think so. Um, Margie came in and I said on Wednesday to pull orders, and I said, "Did you see the flowers that I have made?" And she said, "Oh yeah." And I said, "Did you see the velveteen one?" And she said, "Did you touch it? Because it's really tactile. It really feels like a rose." And she said, "Oh, I came in, I saw it, I touched it, I bought 4 colors of suede or 4 colors of velveteen paper." So, oh yeah, I've seen it. Bought 4 colors. All right. Well, my objective in doing this was I thought it'd be easier to demonstrate on the longer stem. As it turns out, I'm going to do the short stem anyway. Okay. Oh man, when you go, I start working on this, and that soft vellum under your fingers as you're working on it. Oh, for heaven's sakes! Well, now I knocked off the balance of the stem, so you're going to see me working just with my fingers. I could start again with another stamen, I suppose, but now it's become a matter of my will versus the flower's will, and I will win. Um, but yeah, there's a lot of flowers that are going to be fairly simple to do, and by comparison, but I knew I'd get your attention with this one. Okay, this is going to be like I started out. I told you I started working on them with no stamens at all in them. That's what's going to happen here. So if you're working without a stamen, you put the glue in the center. You make sure which side is up on your flower. You stick your flower into the glue. I guess I'm showing you something new after all. Since I'm basically doing it as a stemless flower now. I will show you something else that I thought of when I was working on this. If you did this in yellow velveteen, wouldn't that look an awful lot like a daffodil? I think it does. So all you do that's different if you're not using a stamen is you're wrapping that petal around itself. You're just kind of enveloping it in itself, and then you start wrapping around that center one that you pretty much fold in half and kind of roll. Then you pull everything else up around it. So if you're working without a stamen, you can do that. And that's pretty much what I'm doing now, is just wrapping these petals around each other. But it's nice to know you can do it that way, isn't it? Oh, I seem to be buffering. Are you losing me? Hopefully you're not losing me. That's the first time or only the second time we've buffered today that I'm aware of. Okay. Okay. Our concaves are up now. Since we don't have a stamen, we are gluing into the center. And then we're going to start pulling our concaves up and against our other petals. So the ice cream scoop is down, is what I'm trying to say. I have to relate everything to food in my world. Now, as I'm pulling these petals up, I'm kind of pulling them back a little bit too. I'm pulling where it's creased there, I'm kind of pulling that back a little bit as I'm gluing it. Do you see what I'm doing there when I say that? Uh-oh. Oh, we've lost a camera. That's interesting. I think the iPhone must have died. Are you guys still hearing me okay? 20 gauge would be too large for this, guys. Can you guys hear me all right? 26 gauges. Okay. You don't have to have wire at all, though. Okay. Here's a little bud. My camera now is way over here. Bryce left and the iPhone died. That's quite pretty the way it is, actually. Almost tempted to leave that just like it is. Look at this little flower. Can you see the detail of it? I'm glad you're still there. I think we expired the battery on the iPhone. That's one way he can control my talkativeness, isn't it? I think we'll put another petal or two on here just to show you the bigger flower. It's gorgeous just the way it is. If I were just working on my own, I'd probably leave it right there because sometimes the flower tells you when it wants to be done, and it's really beautiful right there. But I'm going to put some more petals on it, just make it a little bit bigger so we can see it. And then we'll quickly put together one of the vellum ones. The only thing that's more tricky about the embossed vellum is that the material's a little heavier, and it's not a spritz it material. I wouldn't spritz any of the vellum. I'd spritz the cardstock, help loosen up those fibers, but I wouldn't spritz any of the vellum. You just don't need them turning this way and that on you. So the only thing trickier about the embossed vellum is just that it's a little stiffer to work with. Just a little, not bad. When you touch these velveteen flowers, guys, they feel like real flower petals. I hope you can see that well. It looks like you can see it, even though the camera's way far away and not pointed at my hands. I hope you can see that well. It's beautiful. Okay, let's do a quick take. I wish he'd come back and he could at least lower this camera. Let me see if I can lower it a little bit. This could be a disaster. We'll see. If I hang up on you, it's not intended. There we go. I'm told I'm not allowed to touch the technology, you know. All right, let's get going here. We're going to do a, let me see if I can show you this better now. It's beautiful. The pink roses are going to be a massive hit. What you're going to love about this paper is that not only is it soft and plush and beautiful, you're going to, and it feels like roses. It really feels like a rose petal. The other thing you're going to love about it is it's absolutely moldable in your fingers, so your roses are going to turn out spectacularly using the velour, the velveteen paper. Okay, One last one here. We are going to quickly and efficiently put together we're going to put together a flower out of this embossed velveteen, or excuse me, the embossed vellum. Yeah, don't listen to what I say, listen to what I mean. Do you have any gingham paper? Yeah, not in the store. I might be able to put some in a kit. I don't have any in the store though. I have some in my personal stash, I think. Gingham might be really fun for some of our kind of fantasy flowers. That'd be cute. I'll try and remember that. I put the paper packs together. That'd be cute for fantasy flowers. Okay, I am working on the embossed vellum. I am coming in, I am wrapping around the stems. Now, one thing about the embossed vellum, when you go to poke a hole in it, sometimes your paper tears a little bit. If it does, don't get worried. Just poke another hole in it and, just kind of fit your stem around it and it'll be fine. It'll be fine. There's very little, as we showed with using our broken petals earlier. There's not much you can do that's going to hurt this process, guys. They turn out beautifully and they look like you spent all day on them, but they're not that complicated to do. And they're gorgeous. Just let people think they were complicated. And that's okay. That's all right. Let them think so. No problem. I should have started this class earlier today. I'm sorry I didn't, because when I scheduled it, I really didn't have a clue how many papers I was going to have for you. And trying out all these different papers, it just takes some time. So I'm sorry if I'm keeping you up late. But it is fun. I can't wait for you to get your paper kits and start giving me feedback on your flower making. If you've got your molds, start with your cardstock now. If you've got your dies and your molds, go ahead and get them out. Get going. You will enjoy it. Okay. I'm making this just like the others. I know you can't see real well with this far back view. I'm sorry about that. I said Bryce walked out of the room and immediately the iPhone went out. The iPhone went out as soon as you left. So I moved down that camera and we just kept going so we could get done here.
Okay. Probably the battery has a life.
Yeah, the battery has a life and I expired it. Talking too long. Are you saying I'm talking too long?
No, I'm saying that the computer says. Yeah, it's 45 minutes.
Oh, he says the computer says I'm talking too long. You guys are going to love this. You are really, really going to love it. Could you imagine you could do something so pretty so easily? They really are easy, guys. You're going to love it. And they're so very pretty. I was surprised how easy it was, really. I have to say. I made in the 70s, in the beginning of the silk flower generation. I don't know how many others of you were there crafting at that time. I was. And in the 70s, one of the things I did is I made silk flowers for weddings. But back in those days, it was way more complicated. At least in the beginning. By the end of things, they started coming out with pre-cut petals and things. But when I started doing it, you cut them out of fabric and did them. And then as the fad wore on and people, they started coming up with better and better ways to make them, and the preformed petals made up just as pretty as the fabric I cut did. And
Brenda asked, is there a poinsettia die?
yes,
Beautiful cards for Christmas.
yes, there is. And in fact, we have several beautiful poinsettia dies. Really, really beautiful. By the time that we get to Christmas in July, I'll make sure that we do our poinsettia dies. So when you start doing your Christmas cards, you'll be ready to make poinsettias. Hunky Dory does have a pretty, yes, that's actually one of the ones I was thinking of. Hunky Dory has a beautiful poinsettia die, and you can get that started now. There's nothing really magic about doing it, but if you want to do it as a group, I can make sure that I have a group project before then. And I'll tell you what, those poinsettias done in our red velveteen paper, or our pink actually, oh my gosh, it's beautiful. That and the shimmer paper is fabulous too. Okay, we have our little embossed flower. There's nothing, I mean, I would have given you a more detailed explanation, but since we're already so far away, I basically did all the things I did before. The one interesting dimension that this adds is that this paper can be just a little bit fragile and it can tear. When you put this in the molds, sometimes when it's in the mold, one of your petals will tear off the flower base. Keep them and just glue them on individually because we're hot gluing these anyway, guys. So you don't have to throw those away and lose your expensive paper because one tears off in the mold. The two challenges to this are that the paper is thicker, so you have to manhandle it maybe just a little bit more. Don't be afraid to do that. Push on it, just really get in there and wrap it around that stamen in the center. Don't be afraid to kind of really push on it to pull it in around that bud. And the paper, even though it's thicker, it's more fragile in terms of tearing more easily. Don't worry about that. If it tears, just glue the petals on anyway. So that is my advice for making these. When you do the inside buds, put the pattern out. So you're working with the concave towards the stem, the same you do with all the other flowers. And then as you move to the outer petals, the concave always goes to the bottom to create that fanned out effect that you get for the rose petals. What questions, comments, or pearls of wisdom do you guys have at this point? I think we've covered an awful lot. We can recap here. We have made a flower on glittered foam. We've made a flower on this one. Actually, oops, this bottom petal didn't get glued down. Sorry. Well, we'll put a spot of glue in there and pull that up where it belongs. We have made an open rose where we're just gluing our stamen directly into the center of the flower and adding one or two layers. We've made our flower on embossed vellum. We've made our gorgeous velveteen rose. We have made a flower using as our coloring agent. We used our, let's see, oh, and this one was gelatos too. That's the other thing. We used gelatos to color this. And we colored yellow on the back, which turned out great. You get little tinges of yellow. This one was done using our embellishment mousse, which is gorgeous, really gorgeous. And it's using our luster polish. You could equally use gilding polish, luster polish, opal polish. We've done some using Spritzer, our gorgeous vellum rose was done with Spritzer that we painted onto the back of the petals of our clear vellum. We've done here's another one of our open face flowers that we just used our extra petals for. We have done, let's see, was this one today? I'm not even sure this one was today.
I don't think so.
We did this one though today. We did the purple. And that's on cardstock. We have covered a lot of territory, guys. And we have lots and lots. You know, the sky's the limit with this. Clear your craft room, get all your coloring agents out, and just start playing because there's so much that you can do. We made this pretty little flower, I recall. We made this one today on cardstock. So you can use your pens, you can use your mousse, you can use your polishes, you can use your spritzers. I have those flowers that I did using my Jamie type stuff as a paint. So we have all of those. So there is just, the sky's the limit. Just get into your craft area, pull out all the things that you like to color with, your gelatos, your inks, your pens, and you can use all of them. And everything's going to give you a slightly different effect, and they're all going to be gorgeous. Just beautiful.
Betty asked about show and tell.
Show and tell. We have this for Thursday. We're going to take sorry. I just get used to one camera and I have to switch. We're taking what we did last week with our mountains and the wolf, remember? This week we're adding the deer and the watermill to our collection. I'm going the wrong way. And we're going to use similar techniques. Here's one that's still in daytime. And here's a third of just the watermill with the mountains behind it though. So we're using similar techniques. We're adding the deer and the watermill this week. I'm starting to work now on the fish pond, which will be the next one added to the Heartfelt Creations. So we're going to continue with the Heartfelt Creations. We will do the watermill, and then we have the animal set coming up in these. And then I have another idea for I'm thinking about adding a magazine set after this that has stamps in, the stamp magazines. This one has stamps of a hiker and some other things that will pull it. We'll pull it all together and begin to bring in other things other than Heartfelt Creations. So that's our next few weeks of stamping. We have 2 more Heartfelt Creation sets and then a magazine set after that. And then we'll have to decide where we want to go with our stamping class. In our regular class, I'm thinking that it is time to do another class kit. So while we're waiting for the delivery of the new Hunky Dory sets, I thought I would go back in time, and I'm actually creating a box kit. I'll have more information for you on that on Thursday, but we're doing one of the Hunky Dory box sets, and I will have lots of card samples to share with you before then, or maybe by Wednesday. But that's where we are. Any other questions? Thank you guys for being here. This has been a long class today. I really enjoyed it, though. I hope you did. And I hope you're all ready to go make beautiful flowers. We have so many beautiful flowers you're going to be able to make. And I want to see your samples. I want to see what you're doing with them on your cards. I will try to get some cards done using some flowers here in the near future, so you can get some sample ideas for some of your cards too, in case you want those. So I think that's it. I'm going to say good night, Gracie. You guys have a good, safe week, and we will see you on Wednesday for What's New Wednesday. I already have some great new stuff that's arriving to share with you on Wednesday. So there we go. See you then. Bye, guys.